Off and welcome to Nerdtube. And it's time to do our end of week, the World Got Mad stream. I'm filling in for Ginger Greek today because he's not feeling well because he's ginger and he's Greek. Anyway, Gary is my co-host today. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing great.
Wonderful. So I was thinking, we're talking about one of the biggest things to happen in our lifetimes, but one of the most controversial things to happen in our lifetimes, and that was the King's coronation last week. Now, it happened on a Saturday, so we never really got a chance to talk about it in last week's broadcast. But this it's already happened under a cloud, literally, because it was pissing down with rain that day, and we have a king officially now. He's been coronated. He's the King of England, not without a lot of controversy, Gary. Now, I know me and you stand on very different lines regarding the monarchy, but there were things that happened during these last 7 days that makes me realize that we don't live in a free society anymore, that we don't, that we definitely don't live in a democracy, that's for sure. Like our
Mhm.
last two prime ministers weren't democratically elected, for fuck's sake, and they're bringing out laws that are basically ruining people's lives in ways that they can't protest against um, anything really, which the powers that be like to keep. So, for instance, there's a lot of people who are anti-monarchy. I'm one of them, and people were protesting against that. It's their right to do so. You have the right to protest, but not anymore in this country though, because the police, if they feel that you're a nuisance and you're not peacefully protesting, they'll arrest you. Now, some people were saying, Gary, that this is a special period in our history, the King's coronation. We haven't had a coronation for 50 years.
Mhm.
Oh, sorry, not 50 years. 70 years almost. Yeah. So
1991, so yeah.
it was 25. I always thought Elizabeth got coronated when she was 18, and she got coronated when she was 25. She died at the age of 96. So 71 years ago, she was coronated. And so it's been a long time since we've had a coronation. And this was a historic event, but not everybody wants to be a part of the historic event, and not everybody agrees with it. And some people are saying that we should just, the people who don't agree with it, well, just for today, even though today is the day when it matters, but just for today, we should keep our mouth shut and let everyone else enjoy the party. But what they don't understand is that people like me who are anti-monarchy are paying for this fucking party for our tax money. So we have every right, even the people who um who don't like the fact that we're speaking up. We have every right to speak up because our tax money is going towards something that we don't agree with. And you know how much money of our tax money was going towards this? I thought it was 57 million. I was wrong by a fucking long shot. It was £250 million going in to this fucking farce of a fucking ceremony where we are in dire straits as a society where we need this money to help us all live better lives. But no, we're going to give it to a guy who's already got half a billion in the bank already, but we're going to give him quarter of a billion of our own tax money to give him a fucking coronation. And people who protest this are getting arrested, getting their placards removed, and with these new laws brought up around by the Tories as well, it also means that if we get arrested for protesting, we could lose our jobs. So people are too scared to protest now because the Tories have brought this in. This is the end of society in this country, as far as I'm concerned, because now people can't protest on the streets anymore without the fear of losing their jobs because they might get arrested because the police are so corrupt in this country because they basically work for the so about to say the Democrats, for the Tories, the Conservative Party, and they work for in line with the monarchy, who are also in line with the Tories as well, or whoever may be in power who are willing to do the bid of the monarchy. And yeah, it's the end. It's the end, boss man. We don't have a democracy. We don't have any freedom in this country anymore. Oh my goodness! And boss man has disappeared. And I unfortunately with boss man, he has terrible internet because he's living in Scotland. And when you live in Scotland, you tend to have terrible internet. But I'm sure he'll be back in a moment. What I saw in these last several days has really depressed me. And now I've always felt that our democracy was slowly being eroded, and it's usually by people who vote these motherfuckers in to erode our democracy in the first place. And now they're seeing it firsthand, and some of these people don't care. You know, they it's crazy. Like, it's absolutely crazy what's going on in our society at this particular moment in time with with police with overreach from the police, with laws brought in that we can't even speak up for ourselves against things that we dislike. This is the end. What you got to say, Gary? Well, Gary is unfortunately not with us at this moment in time. He's trying to. He's doing his very best. Well, we'll see if we can get Gary back. Let's get some comments here. Welcome, Daniel Vance. Greetings and salutations to you, my friend. Yes, I do apologize. We were just doing a little bit of backstage stuff before we came live, just to make sure what we had to talk about today. Zam reported to the Crown for being anti-monarchy. Yeah, well, you know, at this particular stage, I'm kind of safe from being behind my computer and talking about it. But it won't be long until this level of anti-monarchy sentiment could also be ground for prosecution. I mean, it's a joke, and the Tories like to consider themselves to be this party of the people. They're not. They're the party of the rich and the ruling class. And the laws they've been bringing out recently kind of proves that. I fucking despise them. I wonder how much dealing it took to get Scotland to send the Stone of Destiny to the coronation. The Stone of Destiny? God, that sounds like something you'd find in a video game. I might not be clued up on that, I'll tell you the truth. But the crown Prince Charles wore on his head is full of jewels. Full of fucking jewels that come from Africa. Stolen from African nations, which that we, I don't want to say we, but I am a British citizen, that we colonized. And there's so much of it, like, it just feels wrong. Like, in this country, of England, not United Kingdom, but of England, one of our symbols is the lion. We have 3 lions on our shirt in football. We go on about lions being a fucking African animal, nevertheless, but we've colonized most of Africa anyway, so it's now become us. Welcome, Rick B. I am anti-monarchy. They and Alex Kurtzman can sod off. Yeah, well, as we're talking about the monarchy at this particular moment in time, I want the monarchy down. Like, people tell me that one of the reasons to have the monarchy, and this is for me the most weakest reason, because when it comes to anything to do with running this country, there's no need to have them. But the weakest reason to have the monarchy is tourism. And that's just so stupid, because when people come to this country, they don't see the royal family. What they will see is the places that they all live in, like Buckingham Palace, like Windsor Castle. Those locations which should always remain, because they're historic locations that have a lot of value. I totally get that. But the people who live in those fucking places, they can fuck off. But anyway, back to you, Gary, regarding our democracy, our freedoms, where people can't even protest without being arrested. How does that make you feel? I know you're pro-monarchy, but how does it make you feel that people anti-monarchy are being arrested and taking their placards away?
I think it's shit, because the thing is that I think it was the leader of the Republic, who is, I think, one of the big anti-monarchy organizations in Britain. He got his stuff and nearly got a criminal record. It's like, well, look, if people should can be allowed to say God, say the King, and wave the flags and be proud to be British, and the fact that we have a monarchy, the people should be allowed to say, "Hey, don't agree with this. I think that we should be a republic, and we think that the monarchy doesn't serve any functional purpose anymore." Now, both of those positions are both reasonable positions to have, are both positions you should be allowed to have. I don't agree with this whole, well, it's a special arrangement. The other day, you want the most, what's the word, visual place if you're going to make that sort of utterance. Because the other day, the coronation and stuff like that, maybe the funeral, maybe there's a reasonable argument if it's like right outside the chapel, but it wasn't. It was like several feet away. So, like, even that I'm against as well. Because the other day, as long as people are respectful protesting and they're doing it peacefully, then the thing is they should be allowed to speak it. Everybody should have allowed to speak their mind, even if you don't agree with that. They should. Because the other day, I would be very against people saying, all right, you're going to be arrested for protesting against the monarchy. It's like, well, the other day you should. The other day, if you want them gone, you should be allowed to say that, and I would fight for your right to say that. Because the other day, you have the utmost right to say that. I might disagree with it, but that's fine. We can have a conversation about that. But one's about democracy and freedom of speech, and one's about a disagreement on a personal issue.
Yeah, I agree.
It'd be like if it's the other way around. Let's say, for example, it was the other way around. Let's say, for example, there was a whole Republican rally. It had people on it who were like non-Republicans, like, on a Blackburn and flaming Blair Bragg and Matt Thomas and people I actually respect, but like people are very known to be anti-monarchist. But then, let's say, for example, there was a group of people who are pro-monarchy, protesting their meeting. I don't think that they should be arrested either. It works both ways.
I totally agree. I just want to quickly get to comment here. It's a stone that the king sat upon. Oh, okay, that's the stone of destiny, huh? Still sounds like something from a video game.
It's like a Scottish thing.
Well, look. Before I get to Daniel Vance's next comment, how does it make you feel that £250 million was spent on the coronation when we are so worse off as a society, and that money would be far better used for maybe putting some food on some poor people's plates?
I think that it's a waste, and I think that Charles could have really done some good here. We just say, right, I just want a simple ceremony, and if you're going to spend money on me, spend it on people who can't feed themselves. I think he would have gained a lot of brownie points, even for people who were Republicans, by saying, I want to do that. And I think that he made a mistake. And I think that there's growing Republic sentiment growing in the country, because there's a lot of, I don't know whether you heard about this, but I think it was like some 60 or 70% of youths don't agree with the monarchy, and I think a growing number who say that we should get rid of it.
Well, people's lives are shit at this moment in time. Like young people are more living with their family. They aren't able to be stable, stabilize their personal lives or anything like that. And then you've got a bunch of fucking inbred nonsense, living the life of Riley, got more money than God. You can totally understand. I mean, like they often they do nothing for the general people right now. They're offering nothing. It's about staying in power and maintaining it. I can totally understand that. I just want to get to this comment here. Daniel Vance says, people in the US are somewhat the same about saying "not my president." One can respect the office without having respect for the office holder. I agree. And
like a lot of people on the right wing hate Joe Biden. Like, don't think he's like one of the worst presidents in history.
But I'm going to state the obvious here, and I apologize for this, but with presidents, though, they are, well, I'm not sure if it will be like this soon, but currently they are democratically elected, and because of that, if you don't like somebody who's in charge, you can remove them, but that doesn't go. but that doesn't go the same with the monarchy, who are stonewalls and are ruling this country through birthright. And you have people, they're living in palaces, they're wearing crowns, they have fucking horse-drawn carriages. They truly live in a fucking fairy tale, and they wouldn't know what it's like to be people like us at all. And if they had to live one day in our lives, they would fucking hate it. Rick B says those jewels and artifacts in the British Museum, etc., have been taken away from one country to another by various empires. The UK took them last. I have no issue with it. At least they are looked up. Yeah. Well, look, it would be, it was the right thing to do, though. As an acknowledgement of what the of them taking these artifacts away is to give them back. Because
you
don't need this
and
shit.
the thing is, I think that the other thing that's been kind of wrong with the coronation is that, like, it's been kind of like a slippery slope. That again, a lot of people have seen their civil rights being taken away, because it's not just this; it's like some environmental protests are the same things. And as I said, I'm against people having their freedoms taken away. I legitimately am. Even if I disagree totally with what people are saying, I think that they have the right to say it, even if I disagree with that. Because
I agree.
Because it goes to say, unless it's like something where they're promoting like a hate crime or something. But I don't know. That's a slippery slope as well. But
I'm going to get onto Donald Trump soon, by the way, but I just want to briefly mention this. Our last president shot and flushed secure documents down a golden toilet. Here it's the rich who rule. They've legalized bribery, but they legalized bribery in America because the rich can bribe. At the same time, fraud is strictly frowned upon within America, because you know who can get frauded? The rich as well, even though they do frauds themselves. So it's it's a joke. And regarding that CNN interview, by the way, I very much look forward to talking about that. But just to stick with the coronation as well, it was a rainy day that particular day, and I thought that was fitting for the situation. But as somebody who is anti-monarchy, it does upset me to see, and I know you're pro-monarchy, dude, but it does upset me to see how many people are still cheering on, this family that right now only offers scandal. Charles is full of scandal, even right to the moment where he's like telling people where he wants his fucking pen, after he became king, which was an absolute joke. The falling out with his children as well. We all have that as a society, but this sort of symbol of unionism, amongst the Windsors, it's just not there. The racism Meghan Markle's had to suffer as well. Obviously, the controversial death of Princess Diana, Prince Andrew being a nonce. Like, this family is a fucking joke, and the fact that they represent us, it's even more disturbing. I don't know how you feel.
I just agree to. I mean, I wish I disagreed, but like, having somebody in a family that's a pedophile, like, it'd be like, I mean, God forbid, like somebody in our immediate family being a pedophile, we'd have zero to do with them. The fact that he was allowed back in by Charles, just like, I'm like, what is wrong with you? Like, that this guy has literally been outed as like having sex with somebody because he thought they looked like his daughter. I mean, this is Donald Trump's level of concern. Look, I'm going to talk as a straight guy, so I'm going to talk for myself. I don't like talking for yourself. But I'm a 41-year-old man. I ain't going to be getting it on with anybody who's less than 25 years old at this stage of my life. I'm sorry, I'm just not. Sorry, you talk for yourself, because I'm just talking for myself there. But,
no, look. Just to sidetrack here, like, for instance, Kurt Angle's 53, and his girlfriend is 18 years. His wife, sorry, is 18 years younger than him, which would make her 35.
Yes.
And I'll be honest with you, I don't have a problem with that.
No, because she's an adult.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, let me read some comments here. Daniel Vance says UK has had its first. Let me see if I can get this word right. Mitochondrial free parent baby as well. Natural selection for the richest went out the window. This is the fifth multi-parent child born in the world. Really, Jesus Christ, this is gone. I had no idea about any of this. I'll have to look into this so I'm versed to talk about it. Rick B says it's the morons who line up outside the church on Boxing Day from 4 a.m. to watch the royal family walk into church. Who was, yeah, no, for me, if I'm not concerned, there's a lot of them, there's famously on Twitter, there's that woman who said, she was the last person in the queue when it came to seeing the coffin of the Queen, and she got interviewed by TV, her and her husband, and they said it was the greatest day of their life. It was better than the birth of their kids, and just to see the fucking the coffin of the Queen, they queued for 2 days for that shit. I live with these people. These people share my fucking country. It's astonishing. Nerdiverse, welcome block. It just
Yeah,
boggles
but
my mind.
I think with the death of the Queen, you could argue, and I think reasonable people could argue that it's a historic moment. It is literally like
To queue for 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, I
Would
don't,
you
but there's been people who queued for 2 days for when I don't know JFK died, and they buried it, and then there's
Yeah,
people who
yeah, that's equally absurd. For look, for a
no, no,
start, I can't.
we could, but I mean, look, it's an historic moment, and people want like is sharing the historic moment
But
because
my mind is on. First of all, they have to take a shit. They have to take a
yes,
piss.
yes,
They have to eat. They have to sleep. How
yes,
do you do that?
but
How do you genuinely do that? Like when you're queuing, like it. And I never really looked into it to tell you the truth. I still haven't because I was just more annoyed. But at the same time, boss man, there were famous and rich and famous people who were allowed to jump the queue because they're rich and famous. David Beckham being one of them who purposely didn't jump the queue, who lined up like everyone else because he knew it would be bad publicity to jump the queue, while people like Philip Schofield and that blondie he works with, they
Holly
jumped the queue. Yeah, so why is this allowed? Why are famous people and rich people allowed to jump the queue? There
privilege.
is because there's no equality in this country, So yeah, but let me just finish what the verse was saying. It just boggles the mind. Any country still has royalty, even if they have no power. They're just for show. They get paid privileges based. Yeah, it's our tax money that does it as well. Like our tax money is there to pay for these fucking inbreds and nonces to fucking live their life of Riley, and I've had enough. I've had enough. Like the amount of money we could save and put into things like maybe more hospitals, better services for childcare and children and families and teachers and schools and stuff like that. If we maybe better pay for nurses, if it wasn't going to these fuckers and everything they own, their assets, we can sell all their fucking assets and shit like that. The jewels in that crown alone, if we fucking sold that shit off to some billionaire who likes to collect shit, we could get millions for that. Billions for that. Even like, my goodness, it would just be so good to get all of this stuff to get pumped back into our society. But no, like the people who are happy for their tax money to go towards a bunch of other human beings to live this privileged life, and I'll never understand that. I'll never understand that. I'll never accept it either as well. Um, yeah, so let me just remove that last comment. Sorry. So yeah. Anyway, I think we've spoken about the royals, but I will want to say regarding the Tories, our politicians, like they're doing everything they can, to make our lives so much more worth before they finally lose power, because they know they're going to lose power. And I'm really happy that the most recent local election happened in our country, and the Tories lost over 1,000 seats, boss man. You
Well,
know
I
what I
mean,
mean?
the thing is that it's 18. What's it? 18 months to the next election, and to be honest with you, if they maintain the few local council seats they got, and they lose actual seats. Because people are going, oh, well, look what happened in the Falkland Wars. I was like, yeah, but the Falkland Wars was a lot of patriotism. This is basically we're in financial crisis, and it's the Tories basically making it happen. But there's a lot of things they could do. There's a lot of things they could do which would alleviate it. Like, for example, renationalize utilities and do a lot of and renationalize a lot of like the postal service and renationalize a lot of transport stuff.
Look, if you sold all that, the money, it all depends on who the government is. Under the Tories, definitely, they'll probably keep it all. You know, I mean, let alone waste it. You know, I mean, it's a lot of money in their coffers. So under the Tories, for sure, all depends on the party. But it's very good to know that the Tories are finally getting a reality check that they can that they can't just run riot on this country and people will still vote for them. There will be people who, to this day, because the Tories have a bigoted stance and are just pure evil, and some people love the evilness of the Tories. Some people in our society, they love it, which is why they vote for them in the first place. But majority of people can't live under this evil regime, which is why they're losing so much power.
This is the reason why that they've started to ramp up their views
the voter IDs
against immigrants, against trans people, against gay people, against kids, all the ones that flaming the bigoted voters of the Tory party will start to latch onto them because they want to keep as many votes as they can because they know that if they just did it on policies, they get fucked. And they'll get fucked hard, but they're going to get fucked.
But they have no policies, dude. They have no policies. Look, they did a no deal Brexit. I mean, it was Tories who actually pushed for Brexit. Really, like people like Boris Johnson before he became prime minister, and like Brexit under them, their fault. Like there's queues in Dover now all the fucking time, Felixstowe, because of Brexit. It's more than ever. There's so much red fucking tape people have to go through. Brexit has not benefited us as a society whatsoever. It was a lot of privilege within this country. People thinking, yeah, we're British, we're better than everyone else. That sort of stuff. And the reality is that's not the case. And now like our freedom of movement has ended as well. I remember Priti Patel championing the end of freedom of movement. How does that sound good in any capacity to lose our freedom of movement? And we lost that the moment we left the EU.
Yeah, because the stupid racists in this country don't understand that it works both ways.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, I mean, when we lost our they somehow felt that we would still have all the benefits of the EU, but Johnny Foreigner and darkies like myself will end up being somehow fucked over it. I mean, they are so narrow-minded, and there's a narrow-minded unfortunately who put this in this position. It's unfortunate that narrow-minded people at the same time are allowed to fucking vote, but that's a democracy for you.
Well, I mean,
and these narrow-minded people will end our democracy at the same time.
The thing is that certain people I'm related to voted to get us out, and I told them numerous times why it was a bad idea. And they're going, well, what do you know? I don't know. The qualifications I've got in business have been good for you. And I explained to them in detail what it will mean, how certain things will be harder to get because we're out the other side of the EU. Oh, we can get them in other ways. Where? Where can we get them? Oh, we can get into this country. We don't have any deals with that country. We have deals with this country that brings them in. Oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and plus, like, the thing is, the freedom, is the EU perfect? No. But it's better being part of it when you got the freedom. I mean, the thing is, we didn't even need to leave the money for the customs union, but we left that without a bloody vote. Sorry.
No, I agree. We want to do trade deals now with countries like Australia because we're no longer in the EU.
New Zealand, Australia, I'm waiting for like Kenya and stuff like that, to be honest with you.
I have no problems in doing trade deals, but we could have still done it while we're in the EU.
Yes.
But it was a lot easier to do trade deals with other European Union countries because they were on our fucking doorstep. But no, it's all gone now, and in a cloud of smoke for people like Jacob Rees-Mogg, who is still. Oh God, I hate that guy so much. Jacob Rees, and all. I've had them in my cab.
Well,
all of these motherfuckers who are championing Brexit. But look, they have no. Sorry, Bossman. They have no policies. They're going to be like right now. You see the Tories. All they're talking about is focusing on fucking, immigrants coming into this country on rubber dinghies. And they want to shit on gay people and trans people now as well. A lot of the time, the Tories and the right wing, they use American right wing rhetoric, whatever's going on in the States. They try to copy it, and try to copy it, like they're trying to do make Britain great again and shit like that. It's, oh god, it's nauseating. It really is. But they're losing. But going back to their seats in the general election, they've lost so many. They're losing their positions of power. People like Rishi Sunak and stuff, they're doing everything they can to, in a way, kind of rig the election so it's more difficult for younger people to vote by bringing out these ID laws and stuff like that. They know their time's done, and they're doing whatever they can. Any last minute new laws and regulations they're trying to bring in, before they're at the door.
But I think that Paddy has a decent point, which is that what is now the Labour Party is exactly a left-wing alternative to that, and that's something that is going to cost the votes when things go to because the thing is, one is an actual socialist alternative to this crap. Because they've seen what fake capitalism has brought us. It's brought us into another financial crisis when we had one 10 years ago. It's like
that was still under the Tories though, because the Tories have been in power for 12 years.
Yeah.
But I just want to say, like, I'm not happy with Labour under Keir Starmer. I'm not happy with them at all, because as far as I'm concerned, they are another version of the Tory party. But this Tory party right now, it needs to fucking go. It desperately needs to fucking go. It needs to be gone. It needs to be destroyed. And I don't want any Tory undercover agents being part of this of Labour's movement, which also worries me. It worries the hell out of me, because it's very easy for people to disguise themselves as one thing and be another in other parties, and that's my concern right now. But it's good to see. Like the Greens, they've done so well, and I used to be Labour. Now under Keir Starmer, I'm Green, because I can't ever sell myself. Like the Liberal Democrats are basically the neoliberal Democrats, which is why I won't go near them. They're full of a bunch of rich fucking toffs who, in a way, are another could easily be another version of the Tory party, because they're so easily corrupted. I'm going Green, and it might be a waste of vote, but fuck everyone else, because this is the people I believe who should be running our country. Rick B says Brextremist has no clue. Yeah, Brexit extremists, let's just say it like that, had no clue what they were voting for, just a dumb decision. Why would you not want the freedom to move anywhere in the EU? This is a perfect example of why referendums are about. Yeah, you're damn right.
Yeah,
Rick B, we're agreeing on a lot today.
The thing is that it was a referendum to get us into the EU to begin with, which was in the 1960s. The thing is because the media in this country has been doing a pretty decent job of making people anti-EU for the last 30 years, when it was put to people were so stupid that they couldn't be bothered to actually read what the EU actually does. You know what I mean? Like, because I actually know what the for example, I know what the EU actually does, because I actually have several business qualifications. I know what it does, and I knew what would happen once we left it. And once you know who won the party, those things have started to happen.
Rimpy also said, some decisions are too big for the average person to make. Membership of the EU is one of them. People are not clued up enough on the subject and vote. Yeah, look, a lot of people voted on the EU to leave the EU because they generally thought that foreigners would leave. I mean, they thought, yeah, we'll get our, like you see all these fucking cucumber sandwich eating motherfuckers going, yeah, we're gonna get our country back. We're going to get our country back. We're going to run it our way. Yeah, they have no idea. It's like this delusion of grandeur. When you try to dissect what they want, and a lot of it just comes down to fascism and bigotry and xenophobia. It really boils down to that. They're just full of hate for the others. They thought people like me were going to get kicked out. There's that famous clip on YouTube where this guy speaks to. I know James O'Brien is not everyone's cup of tea, but he speaks to James O'Brien regarding the EU, and he says to James O'Brien, "When I go to the hospital, I don't recognize my country anymore. The reason why I voted for Brexit is because everyone working in the hospital are either Africans or Asians." Yeah. And so
Yeah.
James O'Brien responded by saying, "So the reason why you want to leave the EU is because of Africans and Asians. The reason why you want to leave Europe is because of Africans and Asians." It just sounds absolutely absurd, But that's right wing people in this country. They're fucking stupid. So
I disagree. I don't agree with that with all right wing people, but yeah.
No, but it's the ones it's people like these people are right. The thing is that these people are right wing who do this. Not all of them have this mindset, but it's right wing people with that mindset in the first place who would think like that, who would generally think that foreigners and brown people and black people are going to get kicked out of this country. They're stupid enough to genuinely believe, outside of the xenophobia, they were stupid enough to believe that £350 million a week was going to come into our NHS. How fucking stupid and naive do you have to be to fucking believe all that shit? And you got people like Nigel Farage and Boris Johnson, two absolute con men leading this charge. And you think they were going to fucking deliver? They don't fucking deliver. They never did.
All right, let's.
So Rick B also said Channel 4 interviewed Brexit voters somewhere up north, and some of them said that they are voting for Brexit because it will get rid of the Muslims, morons, no clue. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is like, and you know what the funny thing is? In cities like London, which is what I live in, the city where all the Muslims are, all the darkies, the Chinese, the foreigners, the fucking Muslims, the terrorists, you name it, we're all in this city. But this city voted to remain. Majority of the people voted to remain. It's the places where there's no fucking, multicultural integration, no multiculturalism. Those are the places that ended up wanting to leave the EU because they haven't got a fucking clue. I mean, if they see an interracial fucking couple, living in the area, man, they'll be fucking bringing out they'll be bringing out burning crosses and the fucking and the noose.
I know. I mean, the thing with me is that, like, I mean, I judge people by their character, not by what they look like. For God's sake. I mean, the thing is,
that's obvious. But we are talking about stupid people.
Right wing stupidity. Yes, that's what I mean.
And they're the ones who, and once again, they constantly put us in this fucking mess. The right wing mindset constantly puts, and that's why they're focusing on trannies now, because they fuck so much shit up for us in the first place when it comes to when it comes to foreign policies like Brexit and stuff like that. They fucked up so much things that we need to focus on something else now because we're looking really bad on this Brexit lark. Let's just focus on trannies. Trannies have been around for fucking ever. All of a sudden now, like trannies, trannies have become like a new issue. No one gave a shit about them before, but now they do. It's just fucking ridiculous. But I don't want to talk about the trans issue too much today, or at this particular moment in time. I think we should go across the pond now and maybe talk about some American politics and what's happening in that part of the world. Now, before we get onto Donald Trump, there was another mass shooting in America. That particular day was known as Saturday, and oh, are you still there? Okay.
Yeah.
That particular day was known as Saturday, and this guy killed in Texas, by the way, because a lot of the right wing in America, they like to blame like gun-free zones and shit like that, and blue states and blue state cities and stuff like that. as where all the gun violence is. But this happened in Texas, a red state. A state which is proud where people can openly carry guns and there's no rules or regulations for guns. You can just get a gun just like that.
But I don't.
And
This
this
is.
guy,
I know this is another issue that we don't really see eye to eye on, because I'm anti-gun. I'm pro-gun, but I'm pro-gun with safety. So, like, for example, that checks, like, you have
I don't want to. I want to get there eventually, but I just want to quickly stick to this particular point. Yeah,
very good.
Like this guy who ended up, this person in Texas who's a white supremacist, who happens to have a Latin name, but people forget you can be of Spanish origin and still be white. Like
Yes.
people in Spain, in Europe, don't consider themselves to be Hispanic. They're fucking white. You know what I mean? And you can and a lot of the people from Latin America who are of Spanish origin are from these fucking white people. Like this dude who ended up fucking shooting up so many fucking people, who's got Nazi and SS tattoos on his fucking body. He killed all these people. He had easy access to fucking guns, which is why he was able to kill all these people. And this won't be the last time this happens. Now, a trans person did do a mass shooting not too long ago, and the right wing came down on this person. But you know who also came down on this person? The left wing too, because this fucking person who was trans, who did all this killing, is a fucking cunt and deserves to fucking die and go to hell. But the right wing are not necessarily wanting this person who was a white supremacist, who was a Nazi, to be acknowledged as that, because even though someone like Tim Pool, for instance, might not acknowledge himself as a Nazi or as a white supremacist, he knows that his base are full of fucking Nazis and white supremacists who watch his fucking shit in the first place, which is why he's not condemning this guy for being a Nazi or a white supremacist. It's still up in the air, even though there's so much fucking evidence for this guy being this particular person. But in America, it's very easy for people to get killed by guns. They call themselves the greatest country in the world. No, you're not. The amount of fucking murders that happen in your country, you'll never be the greatest country in the fucking world, ever. And we know, now going on to your topic, boss man, regarding guns here. Look, I'm not saying that guns shouldn't be sold. I'm just saying that it should be no different to our country or other countries in this world where it's so difficult to get a gun. Yeah, because guns shouldn't be easily obtained. You should go through a variety of different courses and checks, and so many other things. I have no idea what the procedures are in England to get a gun.
All right,
Because
so
you can only get rifle and shotguns.
I kind of know because one of my friends, his dad owned one. So basically, this is what he had today. So basically, he had to have a police check, a DBS check, a psychological evaluation. He had to have basically any background. He had to have like a severe background check, and we're talking like next level shit. They basically went into his always make sure that he wasn't a gun nut or anything like that, and then he just about got one. And that was just all that was just for a target. That was for nothing else but a target gun. That was just like one of those. It's not a pop gun, but it's like that one that's small BB gun, like a rifle BB gun. It was like that, and then that was it.
Oh, like what? Like an air pistol?
Yeah. So that you just sold that.
My God, he had to go through all of that but
Yeah,
my brother used to own an air pistol, and like like a Webley Hurricane he owned and all of that.
You also have a look for it. You have to have a look on it. You have to make sure that look you have the key for or the code for it. It's a load of shit you have to do to own it.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what I mean. Every person who wants to own a gun needs to be really super responsible, because let alone the mass shootings, the amount of fucking people who have accidentally been killed by guns. People leave their Glocks lying around like they leave their keys in their house. You know what I mean? They'll leave on then the children will end up fucking killing their brother by accident or killing their parents by accident. I hear these stories so fucking often. It's ridiculous. And obviously the amount of children who have been purposely shot in America crazies, by incels, by emos or whoever they may be, by people who just have reached the end of their tether and are now going to release it, and they have the opportunity to do so because they've got easy access to guns. Mental health is an issue. It is a big issue regarding all of this, but the difference between our country and America and every other country in Northern America is that our mental health fuckers don't have easy access to guns, because if they did, our countries would be just like America, where people be getting slaughtered everywhere. You know,
I
so
think it
mental,
was
yeah,
Shredder who mentioned the fact that like Dunblane, we had one mass shooting, and then gun laws got right up the arse. So like that friend I just told you about, he had a lot of these guns. So basically, I think the police put out, I think it was like one day said, right, for a entire week or I think it was like a month or something like that, you get to hand in your guns. No questions asked. You just have to hand it. I said, if you don't, we're going to crack down on you. So that was after one. That was after
yeah.
Dunblade. That was after one.
Same in Australia as well. They had one mass shooting, and they brought out gun laws galore.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
So I
but
mean, and the thing is that like I mean, I'm not against gun ownership or like it being mass in America, because like they have like hunting there, they have like target practice. But I have done that, but I do agree with you that it should be like heavily policed. Like it should be, you have to go through all the checks, you have to do your psychological evaluations, all this sort of stuff.
exams and all types of things.
I
Yeah,
make sure that you have a looker for it, that you have got the key for, that you make sure that that key's safe, blah, 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 all the rest of it. Look, I understand that you want that there is the right wing argument of like your Ted Nugent's out there like going, oh well, like like mass shootings happen when like in gun-free zones. No, they don't. They happen all over the shop.
yeah. Like what? Yeah, it was Texas. Is Texas a gun-free zone when they had the mass shootings? It's not just Texas. Plenty of red states have had mass shootings. You know, are they gun-free zones? Of course not. People, it's America. What you think, because there's a fucking borderline that people aren't able to bring their guns across? That's not the fucking case. Like it it's absolutely ridiculous, and nothing's ever going to change, because so many children have been slaughtered, and you would think that after maybe the first mass shooting in a school, or second, or maybe even third, that things would change, because you start to realize, oh no, we have an epidemic here.
Well, but
But
the NRA a lot of
but
power.
after the 550th, they still haven't changed. Whether it be a mass shooting in school or just a general mass shooting, nothing has changed, then nothing will ever change. I think America's doomed, unfortunately. I feel what I think the country's too far gone for anything to change. Daniel Vance said Margarine Trailer Park Green said he had gang tattoos, referring to the photo of his SWAT sticker and SS tattoos. Yeah, yeah, they are gang tattoos. They are the gang of the Nazis, and she's very much part of that gang herself. And by the way, she got fucked over by Milo Yiannopoulos. I hate Milo Yiannopoulos, by the way. So, but then again, these people have no morals and no conscience, so they're gonna fuck each other over anyway. So I mean, so I'm happy to see that. But yeah, fuck Marjorie Taylor Greene as well. I hate that woman beyond belief. Hundreds of kids killed by guns and nothing done. One guy in drag reads a book to kids and they pass 100. Yes,
Well,
well said, Daniel Vance.
it's only that, but
Well
like I mean, like
said.
I mean, like one trans man commits a mass shooting, the right loses the fucking shit about it. But have they said a shit about this guy doing it? No, because he's a fucking right winger with Nazi tattoos.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try and correlate him with being a part of Mexican cartels or something, because he's Hispanic, but he could be Hispanic and he could still be white. There are a lot of people who are Latin American who are white. Like being Latin American is like being Greek or being Italian. You could still be fucking white. You know what I mean? Anyways, yeah. So regarding that, I just think America will never ever recover from mass shootings. I think it will take possibly it might take possibly like people in power, but even then, I'm not so sure because
I
a lot
think
of
I think it,
Republicans.
I would ideally believe it's going to be after we're all gone here that it's going to be sorted out. Because
I don't know. I don't know, but I mean, maybe next generation. Yeah, there's a good chance. I mean, unfortunately, all these old politicians who live for fucking until they're 80, they just stay in power and they and nothing ever changes. But I do feel I generally feel that America's just too far gone because how many people have been killed and nothing changes and I will say this if they went after the rich and powerful maybe some things will change. But have you noticed that whether it be Donald Trump, it may be, or whether it be the NRA meetings or any, or Ron DeSantis on stage, like these locations where these powerful, influential people are at, you can't have a gun when you're around those people. They
right,
want teachers to have guns in schools, even though they are scared that teachers are indoctrinating kids into being transgendered or whatever that means. Yeah,
yeah,
they still want teachers to carry fucking guns. So they
yeah,
don't trust teachers, and yet they do trust teachers. Like, what the fuck? Make up your goddamn mind, And then, but at the same time, if Donald Trump was doing a town hall meeting, nobody would be allowed to have a gun. Nobody. Yet they want kids to have guns in schools and stuff like that. It's just, oh god, they're so hypocritical. These fucking twats. I hate them. You know what I mean? Daniel Vance says, even then, we had a whole team of politicians playing baseball get attacked and they did nothing. Yeah, I mean, the January 6th being the prime example. Like a lot of politicians were attacked, and once they got their shit together, they went back to being corrupt again. I mean, at one point, Kevin McCarthy kind of had a moment of self reflection, but once everything calmed down and they went back to being corrupt and like Donald Trump in that town hall meeting on CNN, which I want to happily swing onto right now. He kept going on about the election being stolen. It wasn't. It
no,
was mentioned that he went through 60 court cases. Nothing was proven, but he still stood by it. When that lady from CNN was calling him out, he called her a very very nasty person. He was saying stuff like the Democrats allow babies to be killed. Because of regarding abortions, they allow babies to be aborted after 9 months or after they're even born. Like
yeah. That's
after
not
the
how
moment the
abortion
babies,
works.
like they abort babies after they're born. I mean, and there was no pushback on that. That town hall meeting, I'm not sure if you've seen it, boss man.
I haven't no.
It, oh, the
But
Democrat lady.
I heard it went badly.
That town hall meeting
Hey, Gigi,
was
how you doing?
was an Ginger, you should join us, you fucking cunt. But yeah,
He's
that town
he's
hall
probably
meeting.
calling him Ganondorf.
Well, I've always said he's either he's in the MMH, and I'm happy to tell if people ask me what does MMH mean, I'll explain it to them.
I know what it
But
means.
yeah, Trump can't answer a simple question. He goes off on his bullet point tangents. Yeah, like they set him up. I mean, CNN, like they did all this shit for ratings because their ratings were through the roof the moment when Trump was president. Biden becomes president, they don't have fucking ratings anymore because
Well,
Biden is not as
I think
controversial as Trump.
the Tucker Carlson thing proved that beyond belief because like even he wasn't the biggest Trump fan, but because he was a proven ratings getter, they kind of like they had to keep him going on about it. And I mean, again, I kind of know about this whole like civil case. I kind of know information about it, like that this lady accused because I'm not even sure if whether it was the R word or it was just him groping her or it was something else. I'm not exactly sure the details of that particular thing. Um, does anyone know? Sorry, Sam, do you know exactly what he was accused of doing? Oh, sorry, what he was proven to be doing. Sorry.
Who, Donald Trump?
Yeah, the SA thing because I don't know exactly what he was doing.
Well, regarding that Jean Carroll.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she came out and said that he sexually abused her, and he was he was convicted for that. I mean, he wasn't going to ever go to jail because he's Donald Trump, Teflon Don, but he was guilty of sexually abusing her. So let's just get this straight. We hello Ginger. Let's just get this straight. We have a guy who has now been convicted of sexual abuse, and we're talking basically rape. We have a guy who's been impeached twice, committed an insurrection.
I might disconnect for a second. Just bear with me. I'm
no problem.
Yeah.
Been impeached twice, has committed an insurrection, has been accused of sexual abuse. And let's just get rid of this one and put on the other one. Oh, no, not that one. Sorry, wrong one. How do I get rid of him? Hide. There we go.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I was just resetting something, so
no problem. And yet, it's amazing that people still want to vote after all these scandals. Oh, stealing documents as well. Let's not forget that. After all of these things, they still want this fucker somehow to still run the country. This one-term motherfucker who won't admit that he lost the presidency fair and square. It's
the privilege of power. That's what it is. It's because of the privilege of money. Because the thing is that like he has a history of a very. I mean, he's a very pronounced way of seeing women. That they're just sex objects to him. I mean, this is the reason why he's been married like 5 or 6 times.
He's been married 3 times. I just want to get to this comment here. Rick B, that town meeting was a win for Trump. I wouldn't say necessarily a massive win. It basically cements is the people who dislike him will see him for the shit stain that he is, and they can see they won't be coaxed in by his charisma, even though I don't think he has any. But if you're a hickneck, he has tons of charisma. But
Trump, the next comment there,
yeah.
Trump won't win against Biden if they square off against each other. And the reason being is, although Trump is popular, he's not polling as well as he was in his previous run, and the current state of the Republican Party and their staunch anti-female stance and the whole anti-LGBT thing is biting them back on the ass. Fox ran polls and were absolutely taken aback at the fact that their core base want greater gun control. They want fewer guns out on the street. They don't give a shit about the LGBT thing or the trans issues and things like that. They don't care about all that. They're poor, they're broke. That's what they care about. And they know that voting for Trump just basically means that they're just going to focus on a bunch of meaningless bollocks. Now that, because of idiots like Steven Crowder, they're coming along and be like, oh, women shouldn't be allowed to have no-fault divorce. And Texas were like, we'll jump on that because we're not backwards enough. And they're now thinking of pushing that legislation. The women are just like, no, fuck you. Alabama, who had referendums on abortion, lost on the pro-life side.
Yeah, that was amazing, actually.
Yeah, there was 2 other places that lost. So Republicans are like, okay, this just isn't, we can't run on this issue. We can't. And Fox News keeps telling Republicans, stop running on this issue. You're going to lose. Nobody cares. So,
but they double down, dude.
Yeah, they're gonna double down because they're fascists. They're just fascists. So they want what they feel is their God-given right of Anglo white supremacy, top of the fucking food chart, and everyone else to be subservient, even women. But society is just not like that. Outside their bubble, it's like we say. Like the saying goes for like people on the left, it's like Twitter, the real world is not Twitter. When you step out of Twitter, you find that your echo chamber is gone for both sides of the political spectrum as well. Like, real life is not Twitter. And it's the same with Republican politics. Real life is not as right-wing as you want your followers to be. because on a lot of social issues, they're very left wing. They're just right wing on other issues like economics and the right to self governance, which again they're fooled with that because they think that it means them, but it actually means corporations. So yeah, it's 2024 is going to be a shit show, but I can't see Trump winning.
And Kanye
I
West is
can.
going to be running as well, by the way.
Is he still alive? Fucking hell.
Yeah. Marley Yiannopoulos is back in his pocket.
I do think it's a important thing because, you know, I think a lot of women aren't believed anyway, and the fact that this lady got damages from the things that she accused Donald Trump of is important because, like, I think it's going to show other women out there that there is recourse if someone does something wrong to you. And I think that.
Well, so when it comes to that kind of stuff, like his base, the MAGA lot, they don't care.
Mhm.
They don't care. Like he could literally go out and shoot 20 babies, and they'll be like, "Oh, the woke left made him do it," or something like that. But in terms of the party as a whole and the direction it's going, that's where a lot of the people are like, you know, no, we're not going to vote for Republicans. I mean, there's a very good chance that they could get their ass kicked in 2024 because of where they're standing. But in terms of Donald Trump, nothing sticks. Nothing sticks. Like the guy is literally going to be running for them in 2024. There's nothing they can do about it. They backed themselves into the corner. They all wanted Rick DeSantis, but he's just had his ass handed to him by Disney of all people. And trust every American should thank their lucky stars that DeSantis has plummeted in the polls, and they should thank Donald Trump for humiliating him because DeSantis is 10 times more dangerous as Trump. The guy is a literal fascist. Every policy, the way he acts, is no different to how fascist governments work. It's exactly what they do. From right down to the legislator, to putting in your own people, to going after, marginalized groups, all of that. He is carbon copy. Well, all Republicans are. Anyway, these days.
With his military background, he's able to implement it. But I want to do a couple
Yeah.
of comments, and then we can go back to what we spoke about earlier, Ginge, and you can give us your opinion on it. So first of all, if Biden was caught on tape saying that he grabbed his own wife by the pussy, the God would go nuts. Trump say it was casually about women and nothing. You know, there's a picture of Barack Obama leaning and hugging into Michelle Obama, and the right winger calling Obama a beta male because he's leaning into his wife and his wife is not leaning into him. I mean, that's what they jump on when it comes to these fucking things.
I mean, the Democrats are fucking massive hypocrites because rather than so they were so adamant on not having Bernie Sanders that they let the Trump version of the Democratic Party, which is Biden, because Biden is a piece of shit and he's sexually assaulted women. So, but and because everyone backed him, okay, it caused the Me Too movement to completely collapse on itself. So the liberals,
because he became the best of both evils, didn't he? So
yeah, exactly. So the liberals completely tanked their own argument and tanked
even
their
Kamala
own
Khan
stance, and they shit on women.
Because Kamala Khan was, when she was trying to run for president, she was shitting all over Biden, but the moment she became his vice president, she fell in line.
Yeah,
I mean, she brought up some of the sexual abuse cases and stuff like that. Can you identify anyone in the photo? That's my wife. Points to the woman. He says, "Is it?" Yeah, I remember that. That was absolutely hilarious. You know about that?
No.
Yeah. Basically, he did a picture of that Jean E. Carroll, and Trump thought that it was his second wife. Yeah, he's so lost it, that fucker.
Exactly, Vance. Exactly.
Yeah, people didn't vote for Biden. Yeah, exactly. So what we spoke about earlier was the coronation. Not just the coronation, but the fact that people were arrested for voting. So not for protesting. I mean, people had their placards removed. You got dickheads like Simon Jordan on Talksport saying that this is a historic time. If people want to protest, they should just keep it down for today, and let other people enjoy the party. But my argument is that the people who are protesting are also paying for something they don't want, which is this fucking coronation. So they have every right to fucking protest it. They have every right to protest against it because our tax money, the anti-monarchy people, tax money are also going towards this. And by the way, I said last week it was 57 million. I was wrong. It was $250 million.
Yeah, it was 250 million. I made that statement last week.
Yeah, quarter of a billion for this. I mean, so I think people have every right to protest the coronation because it's a waste of taxpayers' money. So we spoke about that briefly. If you want to add anything to that, as well as obviously the Tories and them losing 1,000 seats.
Just that the people that protested, treasonous scumbags and deserve to be locked up and have their legs broken. There's nothing else to add. They should have fallen in line. Be happy that we spent $250,000 of our money while countless people struggle to put food on the table. They can't heat their house. They can't afford rent. They're record homelessness and all of that. They should just be happy that we're wasting money on frivolous bollocks. I don't see what your problem is. And frankly, people like you need to fall in line because your culture disagrees with us, and I'm not having it.
Well, look,
no, it's ridiculous. It's the they all come out with them. Oh, sorry, yes, we might have overstepped the mark, but it's the beginning of the trend of heading towards fascism. This is what the police bill is all about. It's where the government could just turn around and say to the police, yeah, fuck it, just arrest anyone. Anyone, don't care. What are they protesting about?
And
just arrest them.
And Ginger, the thing is as well is that people who are being arrested, we're talking about people who've got jobs, and being arrested affects their livelihoods. They could lose their jobs. So in a way, we've been people are in a position now that they're too afraid to protest in the future. But if they get arrested, they lose their jobs, and they could be protesting for a better life because they're already not making any money, but they'd rather just make hardly fuck all and protest.
That's
and
the
lose
design
everything.
of it. That's the design of it. You get your police caution and a criminal record. I mean, you probably just get away with nothing because you just
and I said I think that's ridiculous because the thing is, people on both sides should be able to protest. I should be able to.
Yeah, no, you.
The right wing,
but
the right wing always get a chance to protest. I mean, you got fucking all these All Lives Matter fuckers who are full of white supremacists because I saw All Lives Matter protests. When Black Lives Matter was the most multicultural of the lot, while All Lives Matter, all lives happen to be just full of white people. Yeah, but those guys will. But those guys will get police escorts and be treated like fucking like royalty. Nothing will happen to them. They'll be fine.
No, I mean, I went to a Black Lives Matter march in Manchester, and there's some police presence, but not a lot of it, and we basically did a lap around Deansgate and places like that in Manchester, which was actually decent to do. To actually, as I said, it's just because I myself again I think that there's a lot of racism in this country that just doesn't get spoken about. But hey, what do I know?
Yeah,
there's tons of racism in this country, dude. Yeah, I mean,
it's always been a racist country.
Yeah,
always.
I thought we grow up though.
No, we all thought that the country had grown up, but again, people in cities live in bubbles. We have to realize that. I take full account of that as well. That
likewise,
we live in our own little bubble. Then you go outside the cities, and you're like, holy shit, people are really fucking racist and backwards, and it's just because they just choose to be uneducated on social issues, and they just buy the fucking Daily Mail and live off of that and think that's like their Bible. That's why, and I remember saying this back in 2015 at work. I was saying to people, Brexit's going to win because people are underestimating the hillbillies, and Brexit fucking won. because everyone attitude was like, I might not vote, I might vote, and all of that. Now, okay, the cities overwhelmingly voted Remain, but that's just the cities. The hillbilly town, they voted to leave, and the irony is that most of the places that voted to leave were the places that were getting money from the EU, and now they're not getting money from the EU, and in the last 5 years, their areas have completely crumbled. The Tories promised like leveling up, but unless you're a Tory constituency, you're not getting none of that leveling up money. So in my borough where I live in North London, like we've been hit the hardest. We've been absolutely fucked because what we are is we are the funneling system for sending up every single person from housing association and council housing and all this kind of like benefit system and all of that. So the rest of London, especially inner and central, and your Camdens, your Islington, can gentrify their areas. So they funneled everything up to us. They made fake promises that we'll get extra funding for housing and all of that. They didn't do none of that. And my borough, it has a 246% homelessness rate compared to the rest of London, which is 35%. So that 200% difference. And we are the second worst borough in the country for homelessness. Now, it doesn't mean there's people that are out in the streets homeless, because we don't do that. What we're doing, though, is we're trying to stick them in places. So we're trying to stick them in to, like, now the big thing is putting people in hotels. So the travel lodges and Premier Inns around my area are full of homeless people. And that's immigrants, that's general people, and they can't get a job, they can't work because they can't register an address, they can't cook and eat properly because there's no kitchens and all that. It's a big fucking mess. It's a big mess. And I don't know why I ended up talking about this. I went off on a tangent. I'm not well.
It's okay. I was about.
Hicktown. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry. I was about to bring something up, but I mean, if you guys want to keep it talking about that.
No, go for it.
Right. So, did either of you two see what happened on Tim Pool's chat on? I think it was the other day. Because the only reason I found out about this is because someone recommended it to me.
Depends what you're talking about. I tend to watch Tim Pool through other media outlets. I don't watch Tim Pool myself.
So basically, I was watching CMC this stuff, right? And he was basically Tim Pool's thing was about basically what happened was that this guy was on the subway train and started to say that he would kill people, and then all of a sudden this Marine comes and starts doing a rear naked choke and kills the guy.
Yeah, that
guy's got done for. And that's people saying, "Oh, the left is playing for," but this guy was protecting people and stuff like that. I was like, I don't know. I can see both sides.
Listen, Tim Pool's a fucking idiot. All right, the guy got his ass handed to him over a simple trans issue, and I've got to say, it's about fucking time people start using this technique, because I say the same fucking thing. About this, because even, and this is applies to my grandmother, okay? So Rational National also talks about it, how a guy that went on a Tim Pool show, he showed a graph of left-handed people, and he goes, look at the left-handed people, you see this spike? Why is this spike? It's not because we suddenly had more left-handed people in the world, it's because as we grew as a society, we stopped saying that left-handed people are sinners and
Satanists,
possessed by demons and all this kind of shit. So the less we cared about that, the more people were comfortable about coming out about being left-handed. He goes, it's the same fucking thing with LGBT people. It's not that people are suddenly choosing to change because it's trendy. It's just that technically we're at a point in time where people are feeling much safer to come out as who they really want to be, as who they are. Not who they want to be. Sorry, I apologize for that. I mean, who they are.
Yeah, we get what you mean.
Yeah, and all that. And then Tim just kept trying to deflect to say no. So you're saying there's no transgenocide. It's transgenocide because I'm not. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this particular trend and all that. And so, because Tim couldn't comprehend what the guy was saying, he tried to deflect and talk about something else, about like saying, "Oh, well, there is no transgenocide and all of that." But if you want to go into that area of politics, you have to start talking about the policies that were I think I should have a screenshot of it. Again, I've taken this from Rational National. I'm not taking any credit for this. If I can find it, here we go. So
yeah, I saw that the guy is called the Surf Times.
Yeah,
I'm subscribed to his channel on YouTube.
Okay. So here, on that, so Rational National puts up a thing on anti-trans bills, and he found that in 2023, anti-trans bills continue to be introduced across the country. We track legislation that seeks to block trans people from receiving basic healthcare, education, legal recognition, and blah blah blah. 533 bills have been introduced in 49 states. 64 have passed. 372 are active. 97 have failed. So again, you're just seeing this huge attack on trans people for no reason, because they created this fear around it. But the trend is still continuing to go up of people being more comfortable to come out and be who they truly are. And Tim Pool is just a moron. Nobody should take him serious.
That Jason Neely thing, the guy who got choked out by the Marine. I just want to say there is footage of him. There is footage of him being homophobic towards gay people and stuff like that. And so people on Twitter who showed this footage said, "I wonder what the liberals and the left people are going to say about this." But my point is that he shouldn't have been killed. I mean, that regardless of him maybe being a homophobic, he shouldn't have been killed for that particular point, expressing how horrible his life was. Which he was a homeless man who was a Michael Jackson impersonator, whose life was so shitty, and because people are feeling a bit uncomfortable, even though he never attacked anyone, he was just expressing himself. Some other people put it upon themselves to kill him, which is ridiculous. And yes, if there is footage of him being homophobic, yeah, he's been an arsehole, doesn't mean that he deserves to die. And if he is homophobic, why are you right wings not fucking pissed off that this homophobic person's dead because he's one of you? So
exactly. But it's also the guy who had severe mental health issues. He had a lot of mental health issues. And again, okay, he's homophobic. So politically, he's a dumbass. But again, he doesn't deserve to die. Nobody deserves to die the way he died, just choked out like he meant nothing. Society
because his
failed
life was
him.
down in the dumps. He was so down in the he was just like he just reached the end of his
down
tether.
in the dumps.
Yeah, and you get, but homeless people are fair game, unfortunately.
Yeah,
they are fair game, and they like even in this country, like Sunak's bringing out a nuisance begging bill. Like I come across people begging for me all the time because our society is falling apart, so we're creating more homeless people in the first place. But whenever I'm driving along and I'm at certain traffic lights, there's always these people begging and stuff like that. If I got something to give to them, I will. If I haven't, I just say no. That's it, and I move on with my life.
Yeah, but I will say, this I'm not trying to be a racist. I'm not trying to if they look Romanian or Bulgarian or whatever, don't give them
part
money.
Of a gang.
It's just part of a gang, part of a
big, it's part of
large gang.
It's organized crime.
Yeah. I constantly, these cunts are always, and I work close with the Bulgarian community, so we're very close anyway because being Greek and all this. So it's not an attack on them. I'm just attacking a group that are scammers. Okay,
but sometimes these people though who are on the road, they're the ones who are still like in the desperation. They're the ones who are still being used and abused by the powers that be, who take the piss out of them. If you know what I mean.
Not necessarily. A lot of them are just part of the gang. They just collect the money and they ship it off back home. They build their palaces and all this kind of shit. You might get the odd one that's a victim of something, but in general, like we got one guy that roams around here that fakes looking like he has Parkinson's.
Yeah, I see the people walking and shaking their heads and
Yeah,
shit
and all
like
this
that.
kind of
Yeah,
stuff. And I've seen the
yeah, I know what
cunt.
you mean.
I've seen the cunt fucking shopping in Lidl's, and there's nothing wrong with him. So it's just like, yeah, nothing wrong with him. But I get annoyed with like Lidl's because I'm like, why are you letting why is there so many fucking beggars just allowed in the car park? It's like, what are you doing?
well,
You
look,
don't just
I'm in.
police your store. You need to police your car park as well.
Well, those are more the suburban areas, but in the urban areas where I drive a lot in, there's so many people who are begging on the streets, and you can see,
Yeah, I've seen those ones. That's different.
and you know, and but this law, would it be targeting that those Romanian gypsies, or will be targeting regular people whose lives are just turned to shit? You know, nuisance begging laws. I mean, honestly, seriously, this is what you're doing. You're going after the most vulnerable, easiest to target people again. You know, because any sort of law you bring out, which is far more difficult to execute, you know, requires a lot more work, and they don't want to do that. But going after homeless people, that's easy enough. You know, I mean, we'll put spikes. You know, we'll arrest them for for begging and annoying rich folk, you know, and all of that sort of stuff. You
But
know, this.
all laws are designed to punish us. They're never designed to punish the rich. And they go after the downtrodden because they whip up their fan base into saying, yeah, we're tough on crime and nuisances. Look what we're doing. And meanwhile, you got 14-year-olds still going around terrorizing neighborhoods and all that because we can't turn around and punch them in the face because we get in trouble for it. And it's just
Yeah,
like,
for
well,
sure.
you're not really helping any kind of situation. What you're doing is just fucking performative theater and disguising it in a way that allows you to push more and more fascist policies.
Yeah, trust me, children. And I say children, and we're talking like teenagers, young teenagers. They can be fucking dangerous. You know
Very
what I mean?
dangerous because in other law they
Very
can't
dangerous.
touch it, and
Yeah,
teenagers can be and often are more violent than adults because their body's going through changes, a lot of hormonal shit. You know,
yeah.
when we was in school, I went to a rough school, we was always getting into fucking fights. You know,
But you see these cunts as well. Like they get angry at you, like you're like you're your sorry, they're your dad, and you're not letting them go out, or you grounded them, or something like that. The way they scream at you and stuff, like, yeah,
yeah,
they're so the petulance, you know, it's ridiculous. And yeah, they're dangerous, man. Especially
yeah,
like
they oh,
some of these these kids who are travelers who I've come across. My God, you know, like. I
yeah,
worry for my fucking life. You know, I
yeah,
genuinely do. You know,
yeah,
and I'm just saying it how it is. People might not like the sound of that, but that is the genuine truth. It's more recent comments here.
yeah, go for it, yeah.
Daniel wants to, if the right is going to use a good guy with a weapon argument, they're going to have to deal with good guys' values regard of that weapon.
Yeah, I
Regard
get
to
what
that
it
weapon,
means
sorry.
because obviously the good guy in this scenario is a massive homophobe and all this, but you know, yeah, you can't have one without the other. You can't just say, "Hey, look, there's a good guy that stopped a bad guy with a gun," but then there's like, oh, "Why are you liberals valuing this person's life? He's homophobic." It's like you don't get the argument, and you're the pro-life people. You're the
Yeah.
pro-life people. You make no sense.
Pro-life who love their guns. Most homeless are ex-service. I
No,
mean,
no, 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 not in this country. They're not.
not here in the US. Well, you do have
Yeah,
a lot of homeless veterans in the US, but this is the funny thing. Like, you guys like fellatio the military, you bring them up, build them up, everything. You want people to join them. You thank them for their service, and then they end up homeless, and then you look down upon them. But they've been put in the situation by your governments
in
because
America has a unique position of most of their homeless being workers. They have fucking jobs, but they can't
yeah,
afford the rent or to get a
yeah,
house. And so they're living out in the streets. there was I don't know if you guys follow him, but there's Status Coup, which is status and then COUP, like coup d'etat, who is one of the greatest news channels on YouTube, because this guy Jordan Chariton, he goes out, he travels all over the country, right into the thick of the problems. So at the moment, he's covering all the situation in East Palestine, but he's there talking to the locals. He doesn't just always sit at a desk mouthing his opinion like a lot of other places. He actually goes right there and talks to the people. And he did a bit in Philadelphia where there was this whole section of buildings that people got thrown out of because they want to jack up the rent and gentrify the area. But these people have nowhere to go. So they're literally all homeless, camping in the very area they got evicted from. And they all have jobs. It's like, it's such a unique problem. It's just fucking insanity, this kind of shit.
So, Funny being a man says, and we don't do what it, and we don't do what
Oh,
us
God.
do.
You in the comments, man, you're like 10 hours behind. We've moved on from that. You don't need to show them all the time. I could just read them off the side.
Okay, oh, Gary's back.
Hey.
Yeah, I know. I do. We might be able to read them, but I do it for the people who write the comments.
Doesn't
So
matter.
Daniel
Just go
wants
read them off the side. You take
passing
forever.
music laws isn't addressing the systemic causing the homelessness and begging.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but it's not designed. It's not designed to. They're never gonna. They don't want to tackle the system.
Yeah.
The system means that the rich have to pay a little bit more tax, and we can't have that. It's
instead of dealing with the homeless problem, what we're going to do, we're going to put spikes everywhere so they can't sleep in those locations. That's what they do. They don't generally want to deal with the homeless problem. They just want to make it harder.
It's what
and make it harder for homeless people to live in the first place. But it's our governments and our society that put them there anyway. So they're responsible for these people being homeless, and they don't want to now help these people get back on their feet again. And it'd be far better for society if these people were back on their feet. But yeah, that's the world we live in, unfortunately. So
I've like, my week has been I've had a really shit fucking week of stress, and that's why I'm ill, because of fucking stress, and I haven't got any like subjects to kind of cover.
Well, I was going to talk about one that I know that you might want to cover, Ginger.
Yeah, go for it.
Zelda.
Oh yeah, well, okay, so I was very lucky to get the game on Thursday. Game came out today, but I got it yesterday. So unfortunately, though, some issue arose in that, my nephews had to have their bloody birthday yesterday, so I didn't get to enjoy the game all day. I had to go and be social and attend a little family get together.
That must have been torture for you, knowing that you got a brand new game you dying to spend the rest of your life on.
It was horrible, but my nephew's being so goddamn adorable is made it tolerable. I'm kidding, obviously. My brain was so frazzled yesterday anyway because of work. So I wasn't working yesterday, but my brain was just frazzled from the week. So I put it on. And all I will say about this, because there will be no spoilers, I've only played about 5 hours so far. At 5 hours, I've barely scratched the surface is an understatement, because this game, the bad thing about this game, and what sucks in a good way, is you're like, mark this destination to go over there. Okay, great. You start going over there, and then you get distracted by a whole bunch of other things. Oh, look, there's a cave. I'll go into this cave. Oh, look, there's this rail. I'll construct this thing to get up there and all this. And before you know it, an hour's gone by and you've done literally fucking nothing, but you've had the time of your life. This game is 10 times better than Breath of the Wild, a game which I found good, but it got very boring after a while. And it's the first Zelda game I never completed. I never got around to completing it. Whereas this one, it's like Lego. It's like Lego Zelda. That's what I call it. And To say I'm in love with it is a fucking understatement. Like I can't recommend it enough. I've only ever pre-ordered 3 games, and this is the third, and I'm glad I did because
Why you pre-ordered it? Fuck
I
me.
I pre-ordered it from Shop 2, shameless plug, and I'll tell you why I shamelessly plugged them, because the game was £11 cheaper on there. So instead of 60 quid, I got it for £49. And I checked with a friend, a colleague at work, who's like a proper like techie, smart man. Just I envy his brain. And he was like, "Yeah, no, I use them all the time. They're always reliable. Sometimes you'll get the game early, and all that." So I pre-ordered. I'm not one for pre-ordering. I've only done it with Red Dead Redemption 2, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, which was a big mistake. But again, it's because it was £15 cheaper to do that. And this game. And this game, Zelda was a present for his nephew's birthday. He decided to keep. Who's this?
You.
Oh, me.
You.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. It was they're 5. They can't exactly grasp the concept of playing computer games yet.
God, they're 5 already. Jesus Christ.
I know it's gone by, mate. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I keep saying to my brother, like, before you know it, they'll be in secondary school. So
yeah, you'll be a great uncle.
Yeah, just enjoy. I was like, just suck up and enjoy all the cuteness while you can now, because you're gonna miss it when it goes. My friends' kids are now like graduating, secondary school now. One's off to university, and you remember yesterday when they were little babies.
Yeah. My brother's kids are adults now. They're in their 20s. Like, what the fuck?
It's ridiculous.
But let me tell you something, Ginger. My niece a few years ago, I think she's like she's 21 or 22 now. When she was 18, she spent the weekend with me in London. I mean, she lives in Derby. They came down to London to see a concert.
Yeah.
And once she went to that concert, and I had to wait up for her, I couldn't go to bed until she came home, because that's what it means to be a parent.
Yeah.
And then she gave me a call telling me that she's in Hendon Central and she'll be home soon. She's just getting a kebab with some friends. I thought, great, but I'm still not going to bed until she gets home. You know what I mean? And then finally I hear the door open and she's back inside. And then I gave my sister-in-law a text message, her mum, and tell her, yeah, your daughter's back at home. You can go to bed too. You know what I mean? Because that's what that's what it means to be a parent. That's what it means to be a parent. Now, I did that for one fucking day, and that was way too much. Being a parent, you got to do that for every fucking day. You know what I mean? That's what it means. And there's no fucking way in my life that I'll ever want to fucking. I mean, I might have to do that now and again if my nephew and niece decides to spend the weekend with me. But that's now and again, every fucking day. No.
No, that was Gary.
So I was going to ask you. So again, I know Zelda peripherally, as in I've played some of the original games. Of course, I know the other ones because I've seen like Let's Plays of the other ones, like Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask and that sort of stuff. So I do know that the main complaint about, or one of the main complaints about the last game was weapon degradation, for fuck's sake. Is it still an issue?
So all the bad traits from the previous game they've kept, unfortunately. However, you have this thing called fuse. So you can fuse your weapon with other things. So, for example, you can turn a stick, you can fuse it with a rock and turn it into a big fucking club. Or you can get like panels of wood and fuse it to your weapon. And when you swap the weapon, it creates like massive wind that throws your enemies back, and then you just go and beat them to death with it. And that fusion lets the weapons last for ages, but they still degrade, and it's really effing annoying. So the two things that really put me off Breath of the Wild and really made me annoyed with the game was stamina and weapon degradation. And they've kept this, and I hate it. I don't like games that are realistic with that kind of stuff. So that's the negative. However, because of the fuse system, it's you get to enjoy it a lot better. But there are quite a few elements carried over from Breath of the Wild that is still a bit frustrating. But
I mean,
I spent so much time.
Interested to see whereabouts you would rank this when you've had like a lot of time of it, like in Zelda, like in your personal Zelda, ranking list.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, I mean, nothing will ever beat Link's Awakening for me. That game was special beyond special. Like I love it on the Game Boy. Like that's my favorite Zelda game. I don't think anything will beat this. This one, at the moment as it stands, is probably second or third. So obviously we have Ocarina of Time.
No,
did he shit on you?
Bitch. Yes, she
Merry
did.
Christmas.
I can see. I hear her body go like that, and I realize, it's coming. And then it's gonna go like this, and then it's gonna come down.
Yeah. Was it while we're on gaming systems, Ryzen boards are causing systems to fry. Asus fixed voids your warranty. Asus quality control is lacking. So that the AMD boards are frying your system. If you have a newly built system, look into it. Now, I do, but I don't use Ryzen. I'm on Nvidia and Intel. Thankfully.
Yeah, because I mean, to be honest, I'm looking. So I'm always looking for decent games to play. So a lot of them.
Have you got a Switch?
I don't know. I've got a PS4 and I've got a PC, which we're using this now.
Have you got an Android phone?
I've got an iPhone.
Okay.
Well, I mean, Nintendo don't sue, but the Tears of the Kingdom leaked online, and if you got an emulator, I'm saying anyway, fuck Nintendo. I mean, they're a shitty litigious company, but I'm just saying, if you want to go that way and play it on the PC,
yeah, it's just that I mean, one of the people that I used to go to, I don't know, I can't really go to anymore. I don't know. See, the thing is, I don't know whether I can go to Steph Sterling anymore or not, because like after everything that went on, I don't know if morally it's okay.
No, fuck Sterling, fuck them, because massive hypocrite. I wouldn't say this game is worth getting a Nintendo Switch for, because the Nintendo Switch, like my one, just lies there gathering dust, and it waits for like one good game a year. Everything else that Nintendo releases is just the most generic fucking Japanese game. And for the whole, I can't stand Japanese games. They're all the same. I don't give a shit what people say. They're all the fucking same style of games.
I can't stand.
The soundtrack shit. The voice acting's always shit. It's all fucking hack and slash or turn-based crap. And it's just like they haven't evolved their gaming. And it takes like Nintendo to come along and just be like, okay, yeah, Nintendo, when they do their own titles, they're very clever with it. Like Kirby the last Kirby was phenomenal. The Mario games are great. The Zelda games are great. But it's still not worth buying a Switch.
There are exceptions to the rules, like Metal Gear Solid 5, I think one of the greatest games ever.
Yeah, that's Konami though.
That's Japanese.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, but that's because it's its own genre. It bucked the trend of the usual. Same like with Alone in the Dark and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It was a horror genre, it's a stealth genre, and all of that. But for the
Resident Evil Japanese, isn't it?
Yeah, Capcom.
I mean, because I would say my own Zelda pantheon, I said I put Ocarina of Time in there just because I love the whole thing of like, because I mean I'm a huge time travel nerd.
Yeah,
just
Ocarina of Time is like probably my second favorite. If this game gets any better, then Ocarina of Time will be my third favorite. But Ocarina of Time was phenomenal. Like I borrowed my friend's N64 just to play that game. He kept getting stuck on it, and I played it from the beginning, and I just ran through it in one weekend. And I just love that game. I think it's the game I've replayed the most on the N64 that wasn't obviously GoldenEye and wrestling.
What was the kind of looked like a JRPG, but it was kind of like on the Super Nintendo. I'm trying to remember what the name of that one was. The Link game there, where kind of you go into a castle and then you go into a dungeon, and it's kind of like it's kind of like you're above it.
What, Breath of Fire?
Is it Breath of Fire? No.
I think it's probably Breath of Fire, the one that had like turn-based mechanics.
No, it wasn't turn-based. It basically you were like wandering through a castle, and then you get you basically pull like the Master Sword out of the stone, like you do like that Ikigatha or something. I love that game.
I don't know that one. That's not a Zelda game, is
Yeah,
it?
it's a Zelda game. Yeah.
Oh God. Oh, for fuck's sake. Sorry. Well, you confused me because I was like that. I thought that was a Zelda. Hang on. What was it called?
Zelda something.
I think it was. There's just the Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past.
That's what
Yeah.
yeah, Link to the
That's
Past.
a
Yeah.
fucking great game.
That
Well,
was a
that's
great
up
game.
there. I mean, the thing with most of the Zelda games is that you know with some games you've got like your chart of how good one game is, and then everything else like that. With the Zelda games, it's like this. It's like this, but the decline kind of stops there. So like Skyward Sword sucked, and everything else is just above that was great. You know, there's like if one game, so if Link's Awakening is 100% for me, Skyward Sword was like 90%. Like that little difference. That's the quality we're dealing with when it comes to the Zelda franchise.
Even the CDI games.
What's that?
Even the CDI games.
Oh yeah, no, fuck, I forgot. Okay, all right. So the Nintendo ones, but the CDI is like down here. Oh my god, you remember that game?
Oh yeah, I've seen people play it. I've seen like
my friend.
The weird flaming
Oh
cartoon flaming cutscenes for it.
It was so bad. My mate had a CDI. Same guy borrowed the Nintendo 64. He was a spoiled little kid. That's why I stayed friends with him because he was so spoiled. He could just get what he wants. So I was just like, this benefits me because I can enjoy the consumerism. That's the only reason I tolerated the prick. And so he had a CDI. And that game was fucking awful. I think you played as Zelda. You actually played as Zelda in it.
There's three. There was like the Zelda, whichever one it was, and then there was the Link one, which was honestly all three of them are bad.
Awful. Like the response time because of the remote control, how you had it, the game controller, like the latency was just no. The CDI was such a pile of shit.
Oh well, one of my friends knew somebody who had a Neo Geo. That was a even bigger weight at the time.
Neo Geo and SNK were like, two peas in a pod, baby. That was a great relationship. I love the Neo Geo. So in where I live, so if you go down to Wood Green, there was a legendary place called Shikana Computers. I don't know if you know about it, Zam, at all.
Shikana Computers?
Yeah.
No, see, you guys I'm staying very quiet right now, but I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. Genuinely.
Oh, don't worry about it. We'll get back on track with other stuff. We're just quickly doing.
Yeah, please don't mind me.
Yeah, so Shikana Computers was like a legendary computer shop in Wood Green, and there you could just go. They used to get all the imported stuff from Japan that nobody else would get, and that's where we used to go to try out Neo Geo stuff. Because nobody can afford a Neo Geo. It was so fucking expensive.
Yeah, Neo Geo and stuff like that, in Japanese imports and stuff like that. Yeah, there was. I remember that time when it came to those cartridge games and all of that, and like some of those games were very special, and you needed sometimes you needed like a special cartridge to put your cartridge in.
That's right. Yeah. Special adapters.
Yeah. So to play the Japanese games, and I remember how different like the Japanese Mega Drive looked like to the European and American Mega Drive. They had a different appearance and stuff like that.
Yeah, and the cartridges look different. So so what you had to do on the Mega Drive, where the cartridge slot is, there was two little clips on the side. If you cut those off, you could play the Japanese games. It was like such a like just that little dumb design that stopped you from playing it. But of course, when you're a kid, you're gonna learn to hack
I remember
everything.
getting Mortal Kombat, and the person who sold it to my mum and dad gave me like. Do you remember that there was a code that you had to get the bloody version on it?
Yes.
They gave my mum and dad that to me, and I remember it was up down, A B A B A B, and then all it was Mortal Kombat. I was like, it's like full Sub-Zero getting the people's heads out of the flaming bodies and stuff.
You could do the code like for Street Fighter, and then you unlock more outfits, and then you hear the you know what I mean. When you do it, I remember like having to like me and my mate, we would try to punch in that code so many. You'd have to do it during the title sequence, and if you missed it, then you have to restart the game again in order
that
to
was
get it right.
that was for Super Street Fighter, I think.
I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Super
and
Street Fighter.
oh god, those were the days.
Oh mate,
Like that's when like those there was a period of time when you knew that when new games came out, new consoles came out, you knew you were getting significant improvements. Now we're getting tweaks. You know what I mean?
now we're just getting mostly like, but I mean, this year's been really fucking shit for games. We've had like two good ones, which are Tears of the Kingdom and Hogwarts.
Resident Evil 4 remake
and all
I hate
that. Yeah,
Hogwarts
it's both
Legacy.
Resident Evil 4, but there's not really, because they've snuck in microtransactions there and they've derailed that game.
That's a remake.
I've actually played the actual core game, but the core game's actually really good.
Yeah, that's the originals.
But it's a remaster, isn't it?
No. This is the remake. This is the remake that I played. Yeah,
You played the Resident Evil 4 remake?
Yeah, it's great.
Okay.
Apart from the shitty background actually.
Yeah, but because they've derailed it, so I can't put it up there as a great, because they did sneaky. They added it in afterwards. But back in the day, just your average fucking game was 10 times better than the shit we get today.
Which is which is why I want that arcade machine, in my house, because I want to have, several thousand games of nostalgia
Classics,
where I can. I'd love to play Snow Brothers again, 2-player. I love
game?
That. Snow Brothers.
What's
Snow
that?
Brothers. That was a game where you'd like you little characters, and you make a little snowball, and then you can shoot it at somebody, or you can turn somebody into a snowball and shoot it at somebody. Snow Brothers was awesome, man.
Yeah, I mean, we'll Google that. I'm doing the same thing that Paddy's doing. So I'm Googling this now.
It's one of these kind of games, like an arcade, platformer.
I'm desperate.
Was it Snow Brothers?
Snow Brothers. Yeah, it looks a bit like Bomber Jack and Kirby and all this Mega Man.
One of my favorite games, or arcade games, if we're going to do that is sort of like underappreciated, is I think it was like, I can't remember what the name of it is, but it was basically you played as humans, but you could get like sort of like altered beasts power ups to become like animals.
So it wasn't Altered Beast, though, was it?
No.
Huh?
It was like a Capcom sort of like Teenage Mutant Turtles, like side scrolling.
I think I know what you mean. Yeah, but this game looks great, Sam. I see why you fucking want it.
Yeah, hey, Snow Brothers is awesome, man.
Basic,
it's a 2-player game.
Good kind of
player game as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit, I've never seen really this game before in my life.
No, right.
But in terms of like games like that are out there, classic retro ones, fucking, we haven't scratched the surface of the stuff that's been released and the stuff we think we know about. But yeah, I've got my laptop can play brand new games and it does it really well. Not on the highest of settings, but medium high. But what do? I play classics. All I do is play fucking Command and Conquer General Zero Hour all the bloody time, because you just can't beat the classics. Simple but great gameplay.
Kane is one of my favorite villains of all time.
Who?
Kane.
Oh, Kane?
Yeah, is he the lead character in Command and Conquer?
Oh, fucking yeah, Kane. Yeah. Oh yeah, Legacy of Kane. No, that was a different game. Kane, the bald-headed guy.
Yeah,
looks like me. Yeah. It was great. And I remember I think was it Red Alert 2 where Tim Curry was in?
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah,
with the famous, I got to go to the one place done by capitalism, space.
Yeah.
just like, and by the way, he's nearly cracking up. So that's the take they went with.
Yeah.
Oh, but during that period, like when we were getting into CD-based consoles and stuff like that, they were trying to disguise the gameplay by having video cutscenes. So that's how they were
for loading. You mean?
Well, yeah, but at the same time, like they were immersing like actual clips of films and stuff like that into the games and making you feel that you're playing something more spectacular than what it was when really you're just looking at fucking cutscenes. You know what I mean?
Which game was
And,
that?
no, but
Because
just games in general on
Oh, right.
CDs. You know, like we're talking about during like is it the Genesis and
No. If we went CDs, then it would have been PlayStation 1 and Saturn.
but what was that thing before that Dreamcast and all of that and
No. So after the Sega Mega Drive, you had the CD. I think you had the Mega
Genesis.
CD. Huh?
Yeah,
The Mega
the
Drive.
Genesis.
Genesis is what the American version of the Mega Drive is.
Oh yeah. Sorry, my bad. Yeah.
So then after the Mega Drive, you had the Sega CD, where you had like that murder game and all this kind of shit that caused like a huge uproar. And then after the Sega CD, which was an attachment that you put onto your Mega Drive.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. After that, we went PlayStation 1 and Sega Saturn. And Nintendo 64. Nintendo stuck with cartridges. And that was the kind of CD period. But you could be also not mistaken, thinking of CD-ROM era, which was the PC stuff.
Yeah. But a lot of the
so-
game would have like actors in cutscenes in the game.
Red Alert 2, yeah, baby.
Carrie Weaver is fit, but she's weird.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to see. I need to see who she is. I need to see who she is.
Don't you remember Sliders?
Yeah, she's the one.
Yeah.
She was the one that replaced the.
Oh yeah, once they started doing
the
that,
librarian-looking bird.
Yeah, I remember her.
Ridiculously hot.
Yes, yeah. But the point is though that once she came in, unfortunately it was in the Sliders. As far as I was concerned, yeah, man, she still looks amazing today. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but mad as a box of hats.
Yeah, I mean, she was on like meth or something when she was on thing with like Conan or something. It was just great.
Yeah, like trouble. She's a bit like Sunny of WWE, like a lot of trouble, a lot of problems, and just mad as a box of hats.
Oh, she's 56.
Yeah.
Wow.
And she don't look it.
No.
Yeah, well, I mean, Salma Hayek's about 56 and she looks amazing.
Yeah, I definitely tap that.
Yeah, likewise.
Wouldn't everyone?
Yeah.
Sorry, I've been a bit disgusted today. I do apologize.
That's all right. We're among friends.
We can't be Zam and get our holes on. So
Oh, she was an 8-Legged Freaks. I love that film.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah,
8-Legged Freaks.
I think that film's underrated, to be honest with you.
Well, look, because I'm arachnophobic, I like it. You know what I mean? Yeah, and he's got David Arquette, and who doesn't like David Arquette? You know what I mean?
Yeah, love him. He's a complete mental case, but in a good way.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm trying to think: is there anything TV or film related that we need to talk about?
Guardians of the Galaxy 3, baby.
Yeah, we did Guardians of the Galaxy 3. I wasn't in the video to do the review because I just couldn't be bothered.
Well, look, I know you dislike James Gunn, but surely you must have loved this movie with all your heart.
No, but it's not as bad as Guardians of the Galaxy 2. So so what I find frustrating with people is that the best parts of that film are the parts that everybody hates, which was the High Evolutionary being a piece of shit, like with the animals and all that. But when James Gunn does dark shit, it's really good. Like when Rocket turns around and he sees his friends have been shot, I was just like, I just want more. That's dark, and that's good dark. It's just because it helps build the character. It's not dark for the sake of being dark, although that's what people are saying that. But we're talking about people that think that James Gunn is like a fucking genius writer. But it helped the character progress, and it turned him into this kind of that aggressive, like, kind of being and all that. So those parts I liked. Everything else sucked ass. Apart from when there were spoilers, if anyone hasn't seen this, by the way. Apart from when they started blowing up that planet. Again, dark elements, really good. Not afraid to go there. They can't evacuate everyone off of that fucking planet and all of that.
Fucking mass genocide.
Yeah, mass genocide. But that you need those kind of that kind of dark elements. It's more realistic in the universe that it's fucking setting. And those parts I like, but everything else, Adam Warlock, they butchered him. Oh no, Gamora and Nebula again. The only consistently good thing throughout the whole franchise, because even in Endgame, no, in Infinity War they were great, and Endgame and Guardians 2, they had the best parts that so they've really done justice to those characters.
Dave Bautista. He regarding his acting career, he doesn't want to be remembered for Drax, but I do recall how over the moon he was that he passed the audition for Guardians of the Galaxy 1 to get the role of Drax, because when he got that role, when I look at Batista now, I don't necessarily think to myself, oh, there's that ex-wrestler. I just see him for what he is now as an actor. And that role, he was so lucky to get that role because it elevated his career as an actor, and he hasn't looked back ever since. He's almost as big as The Rock. You know what I mean?
He was broke when he got the role as Drax. He had no money at all because he's not Batista. The thing you got to understand about Batista is Batista's not a very smart man. He's very self-sabotaging. And he did it to his wrestling career, and he almost did it.
He shat on his wrestling career. I mean, they gave him everything, and he shat on them.
And he shat
on the people who elevated him, and he's now doing the same in the movie career. But he doesn't want to remember the stupid Drax. But that's what got you through the door in the first place. I mean, don't get me wrong. He still had to be good enough and talented enough to get to do all the other roles so successfully. But that still started it, and that should leave a special place in his heart. But he doesn't. He wants to. He almost has an issue with it. I love Drax. Drax is awesome.
Yeah, so do I. But the thing is that I think some people don't appreciate where they came from, like what it took to get them to the place they are. So a lot of actors look back at their past career as, oh, I don't like the fact that I did that. Like for example, some actors are awesome. And we'll just look back at the stuff they did when they were early on and like, oh yeah, I like doing that. Like, for example, I'll give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Matthew McConaughey was in Texas Chainsaw 3. He loves it. He literally goes, oh yeah, that got me my start. Renée Zellweger was in the same film, doesn't talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, some people, just they don't like Mark Hamill will never ever look back at Star Wars and think, God, fuck this film, fuck this franchise. Whereas Harrison Ford is just like, fuck this franchise, I can't stand it.
And that also got him. That made him a bigger star than Mark Hamill. Yeah. And he was a supporting cast.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And he succeeded where Mark Hamill didn't.
Yeah,
I mean, Mark Hamill in a way got his not retribution, but he got his oh God, what's the word? Reincarnations from being the Joker. That helped. He was doing B movies and shit. He became a joke after Star Wars. He really did.
Because nobody would cast him in anything. Yeah. Because he had a couple of flops during and after Star Wars, and because the accident, Hollywood didn't perceive him as pretty as he was. And so he just ended up in garbage. But yeah, he just not redeemed himself, but he re-emerged as the Joker. And for me, that is the definitive Joker now. He will always be the Joker for me. Just like Kevin Conroy is Batman, Mark Hamill will always be Joker for me. Phenomenal. Sorry, carry on.
Peter Weller is famous for hating his sci-fi roles. Really, I heard he was going to do. I heard he was going to do RoboCop 3, but he was doing the Naked Lunch at the same time, and so he couldn't do RoboCop 3.
Yeah, but Peter Weller just has a reputation of being a prick. That's why he never.
No idea.
Oh, massive prick. That's why he never rose to the level of fame that he should have done, because he's a superb actor. He's a brilliant actor, but he shits on everything he's ever had, and it's like, you took the fucking roles. You can't sit there and say you hate RoboCop and you hate fucking every film. Like you hate Your Naked Lunches and you hate all the
Blue Jean Cop and all that.
yeah, all this kind of shit. Like he just shits on everything. He's just an arsehole. He's just he's the epitome of a white privileged little prick boy from drama school that I used to fucking hate. Thinks he's better than everyone else and doesn't accept that, you're an annoying shit.
He's lucky because he's always going to be always be looked upon as a cult status actor, which is as he's gotten older, he's now got roles in other things like in Star Trek and then Sons of Anarchy and all of that. Which, if he wasn't RoboCop, then people wouldn't give a damn about him being in those other shows. So
no, exactly. Like
having these legacy roles, like for instance Drax for Batista, going back to him, they shouldn't knock on these things. Like Harrison Ford, like you are Han Solo, mate. You might be Indiana Jones and Jack Ryan and all these other characters too, but you're also Han Solo. This is what got you through the fucking door. I know you did fucking American Graffiti and all of that shit, but this is genuinely what made you famous. Don't shit on it. I mean, it's incredible how they shit on the stuff that made them famous. It's incredible.
Yeah, like you could say, okay, look, it's not my like again. Famously, who was the actor that played fucking Obi-Wan Kenobi?
Ewan McGregor.
Alec Guinness. No, Alec Guinness.
Sorry.
Famously, fucking hated the Star Wars films, but he said, "But it's the best." He goes, "The tragedy is it's the most I've ever been paid, so yes, I'm going to do them."
And it got him the most recognition as well.
And it got him the most recognition.
Sure.
And he was a phenomenal actor. Like we know him from like all the war films, and a couple of the old like Ealing Studio films and all of that. But his biggest
Bridge
claim
over
to fame was
River Kwai.
Yeah, exactly.
And his biggest success was Obi-Wan.
Yeah, his biggest success was Obi-Wan, but he hated the films. He just, it's like new cinema to him and all of that. So him and Harrison Ford hated it, but people like Anthony Daniels knows that was his meal ticket, and so he loves it.
I'd say Daniels is a little bit difficult to work with.
Yes, he is. He's a cock, and that's why he's lucky to have had Star Wars.
He's the only one who's been in all 9 films.
Huh?
He's the only actor to be in all 9 films. Can you believe that?
Yeah. Well, it's his only meal ticket other than theatre.
Yeah. So because apparently, like, what I heard was that like when they did that, they did the original in Syria, or where it was that they did the
Tunisia.
Tunisia, was it? And apparently, the full costume in the whole gold things, and basically people just called lunch and just left him in that all day, and then they took him out of it because people didn't like it.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you get, Anthony Daniels.
That's what you get, mate. Yeah, he's a proper like theatre twat. That's it. Like I said, I met him.
Plus, apparently, him and Kenny Baker hated each other.
Yeah.
Apparently. Yeah, I heard. Yeah.
Yeah. Because Kenny Baker is sort of the earth loveliness. He was at
was he in Time Bandits?
Yeah, he was in Time Bandits.
Yeah. Film.
So there used to be a sci-fi convention that was held in Cheshunt, so just up the road from where I live. And you get a couple of actors in to do signings and all of that. And I'd always go to the sci-fi thing every month without fail anyway. And he happened to be there at this one. And at the time I had my hair painted. I looked like tiger stripes. And it was a new thing. Not nobody was doing it at the time. And we sat there and had a 10-minute long conversation about my hair and different hairstyles of the era. So fuck all to do with Star Wars. Nothing to do with Time Bandits, a film that I absolutely love. Just talking hairstyles. That's the kind of guy that Kenny Baker is. Just sweet as anything. Whereas Anthony Daniels thinks he's God.
Well, you know who also hated the role that kind of basically gave him a lifelong career is DeForest Kelly, who plays Leonard McCoy, aka Bones, in Star Trek, the original series.
Really?
Yeah, I think in a way, it gave him a career, but at the same time, I think he didn't venture out as much. If you look back at some of his filmography, there is some stuff I think he might have done just before Star Trek, some westerns and stuff like that. But the reality is, like, he never really had much of a career after Star Trek.
I don't remember him in being in anything else other than Star Trek.
I mean, he did. I mean, it gave him, yeah, exactly. It gave him a meal ticket. There are, like, like Leonard Nimoy and William Shatner did have careers outside of Star Trek. William Shatner more prominently, obviously T.J. Hooker, being some stuff he was in, and Leonard Nimoy obviously did
Mission Impossible.
Mission Impossible. I do love him in Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Great
as well. Yeah, that was.
But Nimoy was more prolific as he had a lot of directing gigs. Well.
He was a great director.
He was a great director.
Yeah, I mean, he was Jonathan Frank. He was Jonathan Frakes of his era. I mean,
better. He was better than Jonathan Frakes. I don't rate Jonathan Frakes.
I don't know about that. I'll be honest with you.
No, he's done some good shit, man. Shatner's an arsehole too, but he's one of those people that gets away with it.
Yeah, because he doesn't. I don't think he takes himself. Despite what people say, I don't think he takes himself that seriously.
No, he doesn't. Like, he'll be an arsehole, but that's why people put him in everything, and he just chews up the scenery wherever he goes. It's like, I remember when he was on Third Rock from the Sun, one of the
as the big head.
As the big head, like the most underrated US sitcom of all time. And he was just brilliant in that. Boston Legal. He was the only reason I watched that fucking show, because I don't give a shit about lawyers and their problems. But because he was in it and James Spader was in it, what a duo they were. Just fucking brilliant. Two actors that are a bit difficult but uber talented, and together they came and they fucking worked, but they couldn't stand each other. Really? Outside of it, yeah, they clashed a lot, but I think it was like a mutual one-upmanship type of clashing kind of thing. Like, how can one, one up the other?
I mean, some of my favorite directors, some of my favorite actors have been called "quote unquote" difficult. But again, I don't like the difficult thing, because I think it can sometimes just be the person who's just a really talented guy,
and they know what they like.
Yeah, like for example, like Val Kilmer has this, where people say he's difficult. He's not. He's actually, everyone says who works with him say he's a nice guy. He just knows what he likes, and he knows what he's trying to convey.
Yeah, but I mean, Val himself has admitted that. He says, "Look, I have been an arsehole through my career, but it's because I know what I liked and I know what I wanted." And to be fair to Val Kilmer, he could be in a fucking shit film, but he's not the shittest part of the film.
No.
Yeah.
He's always been brilliant. Just one of those actors that's just fucking been an arsehole throughout, but just been fantastic in everything he's been in. And it goes with the territory. Look, like I said, I was, I went to drama school. I know what these people are like. They're just narcissistic egomaniacs who think they're better than everyone. But a lot of them can back it up with fantastic talent.
Yeah, like the two ones that break my heart are like Bill Murray and Flaming Chevy Chase. They're the ones that really break my heart, because I love Bill Murray and I love Chevy Chase.
Yeah, Bill Murray, is a huge kick in the teeth. Like
Bill Murray, Chevy Chase.
Wasn't a fan of personally.
The Fletcher movies I love.
So what did you say, Zan?
Kevin Spacey and was another guy like. Yeah, this is a guy who I admire as an actor, but then you realize what an arsehole he is. But there are people like who are arseholes now, and I realize now with a lot of actors, like James, God damn it, James
Corden.
No, American actor. He was in Casino.
For fuck's sake. God damn it! It was in The Hard Way with Michael J. Fox and American Story.
Why am I?
James Woods.
James Woods.
He's a fucking arsehole. Tim Allen's a fucking arsehole. Kevin Sorbo's a fucking arsehole.
Well,
but I'll still watch. But the point is, I will still watch their stuff.
Yeah.
I just take myself out of the element and watch it for what it is.
you know, politically they're obviously, you know, right wingers and all this kind of stuff, but then they're not malicious in a way where you can't separate the art from the artist. Like I love James Woods. James Woods is one of my all-time favorite actors. He is just phenomenal. Like again, he's always the standout in there. Now, we don't agree on our politics, but compared to a lot of things that other actors have done and said, like he's benign. Tim Allen is very mild, like in terms of his views and all this. I
Kelsey
think
Grammer.
I might be
And-
corrected, but Kelsey Grammer, again, love Kelsey Grammer. We'll watch anything he's in. You know,
Angelina Jolie's dad, I forgot his name.
John
What's his
Voight.
name again?
John Voight. No, he's just
John
an
Voight.
arsehole and a shit actor. I've never liked him, to be honest.
Really? I
Yeah,
loved him
I've
in
never been a
Anaconda.
Voight fan.
I loved him in Anaconda.
I mean,
and all the
Anaconda's just a
films
great
there,
film.
and yeah, he's obviously in the National Treasure movies as well and stuff. But yeah, he's a proper bootlegger.
Yeah, I love watching James Wood
get his his ass
beat
kicked in
Casino.
Casino. Yeah, me too, mate. I love that film.
No,
But he was the best thing in that film, though.
Yeah, he was really good at playing
Yeah.
a sleazebag.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, like one of my favorite films is The Hard Way. I just love him in that film.
Love that film.
Michael J. Fox and him have such great chemistry.
Great chemistry. Film does not get enough love. Michael J. Fox has done some good films outside of Back to the Future.
I've seen that film, but I can't really remember it anymore.
So-
Like, all I remember is that he wants to be a cop. He's doing a role as a cop, and so he hangs around. He's an actor. Michael J. Fox's character is an actor, and he wants to play a cop, and so he decides to hang around with a cop so he can learn what it means to be a cop.
Yeah.
And
And then you have your generic blonde German villain in it as well.
No, it's not villain. It's not Jim. It's Stephen Lang, the guy from.
Stephen Lang from Avatar.
Don't Breathe, or what it's called. Yeah.
Yeah. Was he not German in the film?
No.
No, he just looked like a fucking German.
He just looked like a German.
Yeah. But I love that film so much. But
by the way,
I've never watched a Michael J. Fox film that I didn't like. Risky Business, Frighteners. Remember Frighteners?
Yes.
Frighteners. I thought Frighteners could have been a bit better in my opinion.
That's an underrated Peter Jackson film.
Peter Jackson film, yeah.
I know it's a Peter Jackson film, but it wasn't as good as
Have you
it
seen
should have been, in my
Casualties of
opinion.
War? Yeah,
I have. Casualty of War is like that's when he stopped being a pretty boy and he tried to do some more serious stuff.
That's it. Yeah,
and it was him and Sean Penn.
Yeah.
Brilliant film. It's a brilliant film. You know, obviously the rape scene with the Vietnamese girl and stuff like it's a great film. I like seeing actors mix it up. And
JF was just
Secret of My Success is probably my favorite film of his.
Secret of My Success. Brilliant.
Yeah,
I said Risky Business, didn't I? Sorry, that was
you
Tom
said
Cruise.
that's Tom Cruise. Daniel Vance said something that I never knew of, by the way. Any thoughts on the Full Monty 2? What?
Are they making it?
Yes, they're making it. It's on Disney Plus. They keep on advertising it.
Is it the same actors?
Yes.
What? They're going to be like we're talking about. We're watching pensioners getting their shit. They're taking their clothes off.
Hey,
it could be really good. Or it could be really. If they got the same team involved that made the first one, not just the actors, but writers, directors, then I'm not against it because it's not like a beloved film. Like I enjoyed it for what it was.
It made a lot of careers.
Yeah, it built amazing careers for Robert Carlyle, for Mark Addy, for Hugo, whatever, and all of that.
The guy who played Tom Wilkinson. Yeah.
He got famed the Batman film after that.
Oh, it's a series, and it's gonna. You want to see the trailer for this?
Yeah, put it on. I didn't even know this was a thing.
Have you not seen it? It's great.
Well, I'm not against it. It could be good. It could be bad.
Let's get it on.
Vance coming out with the random stuff. I love it.
But by the way, Gigi, just before we go, do you know what the best thing? I've been watching that new Dead Ringers show, and do you know what the best thing about it is? Rachel Weisz.
She's just brilliant. All right, don't press play yet. So let's see. Yeah, they've even got the guy from fucking. So they've got the gay guy They got
Yeah,
the
they got
guy
the
that
guy
was
from
in Only Fools and Horses.
Only Horse and Falls, all horses.
So
Tom
the only one
Wilkinson's
that's
very
missing
well.
is Hugo. What's his name?
Spears. Not
Hugo
Hugo Spears.
Spears, I think it was his name. Yeah.
Okay, deep breaths, everyone. You might feel old when you read the next sentence. It's been 25 years since the cast of Full Monty bears it all in the hit Brit comedy drama. Peter Cantino's film tackling such hilarious topics as suicide, depression, parental rights, unemployment with an extra dose of Sheffield-centered stripping. 26 years actually this summer, and while that might leave you feeling like you've drunk from the wrong grail in The Last Crusade, there is good news. It is officially a long enough interval to warrant the now obligatory legacy sequel. Yes, the Full Monty is back with the full cast, including Robert Carlyle, in tow for the Disney Plus series set 2.5 decades after the film. Watch the trailer here. The series comes from the original.
No, Hugo Spears is back.
Yeah, the series comes from the original screenwriter Simon Beaufoy. With let's just watch the fucking trailer.
Just watch the trailer. We don't fucking need.
This place is a madhouse.
Give me strength.
I know you lot from somewhere. Strippers! Are you still doing it?
What do you think?
All right, kid.
Haven't seen that much of each other for a while. Maybe make up for lost time, eh?
Thanks, Dad.
Everyone has their ups and downs, right?
When was the last up?
It's about destiny.
She's doing all right.
Like you know. Somebody's got to look out for it.
Who the hell are you to give out parenting advice, eh? You don't even have any kids.
What about you? What are you proud of in your life?
He ain't got 2 pennies to rub together, has he?
I just hope for your sake you don't wake up one day and realise what you've missed.
Do you suffer from anxiety?
Bloody well do now.
Who really cares about their future? What's out there for them?
Fucking
Go
love
big
that.
or go home.
This is going to be the greatest comeback.
Get back here. Give us a crisp.
Love you, mate.
That looks
June
great.
14th, 1 month away. I'll say
Yeah.
this: I don't think it's anything about them getting their kit off. You know, what I mean, I just life goes on and all of that.
Yeah,
and
it's just could just be a follow-up thing, and it looks great.
Yeah, I mean, like Rob
didn't see
Cloud's great.
Tom Wilkinson in that trailer.
Yeah,
but
I saw him.
You did? Okay.
Yeah, he was there right at the start.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I must have missed that. But yeah, great stuff. Something to review as well, you know, in the future for Nerdtube.
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
know what I mean? And this
Yeah.
definitely put this in the bank for sure. You know,
I honestly don't fucking know. They were making let's see if they can carry on the trend of good British content on Disney Plus.
Well, there was a period in like the 90s when there was like British film after British film. Like you had stuff like Bend It Like Beckham as well.
Your Snatches, your Lock Stocks, your Bend It Like Beckham's.
There was I forgot all the comedies that were coming out then. There were so many. I think some of them were
East is
romantic
East.
comedies.
Remember East is East?
Yeah, East is brilliant.
Such
You know what I mean?
a great film.
I'm just frying the bacon here, make sure nobody opens the door or something
Yeah.
like that. You know what I mean? It's just- oh god.
The mid to late 90s, you had a great flurry of British films like with Train Spotting and God, what else did you have?
Trainspotting is a work of art. So like it's such a brilliant film. Like it really I've never seen a film that doesn't necessarily glamorize drugs, but makes you understand why people take it, and at the same time also shows you the wrong side of it. Because usually when it comes to films about heroin, you just see all these crackheads fucking, you know, going through withdrawal symptoms, but it's showing you the highs, the actual highs, you know, in Trainspotting.
Yeah.
To make you understand why these people were getting high in the first place, but it also showed you the lows as well.
Just like a good comparison between the two is like that and Requiem for a Dream. So Requiem for a Dream, it's great, but it's very pretentious, rich white middle class people suffering. Oh no. And whereas, you know, Trainspotting is just your standard average working class to poor person in Glasgow shooting up fucking drugs because that's all there was to do up there at the time. And it done by Danny Boyle, who is a master craftsman, and it was just a fucking fantastic. And the soundtrack was brilliant as well. I mean that tune by Born Slippy by whoever.
Boy.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
massive. Like you couldn't go anywhere
Dun,
without
dun,
hearing
dun,
that
dun.
fucking tune. Like, even,
it was such a tune that even my dad likes it. That's how.
see, there you go. And I was just about to say, like, even all the like the black kids and Turkish kids, like in Greeks, that you know, that all they listened to was R&B and hip hop. In my area, I fucking absolutely loved it. And yeah.
Did you watch the
It
sequel?
made and elevated the career of so many
the sequel
actors.
was all right. I
haven't seen the
wasn't
sequel.
feeling it.
Yeah, and the thing is that I generally did not know that Johnny Lee Miller wasn't American until like later.
You didn't realize that Johnny Lee Miller wasn't American.
I mean Scottish, sir. I didn't know.
Oh,
He was
Scottish, yeah. No, he. If you read up on the film, that as soon as he got the role, all he did was talk Scottish. Like he went full method.
He's the ex-boyfriend of Angelina Jolie as well.
Her husband.
Oh, really? Husband?
Yeah, ex-husband.
Oh, wow. And then
they
I
weren't
think they
married
met
long,
when they did the movie
on
Hackers.
Hackers.
Yeah, Hackers.
Yeah.
Which is
fucking great.
With
film.
Fisher Stevens. You know, I mean, Johnny Five. I love Johnny Five, number 5. You know,
so Fisher Stevens, I thought was Indian. Yeah, until I saw him in Hackers, I was just like, "Hang on a second, what's going on? He's American.
He's white,
and
he's white. Yeah. Oh my god!
For me, it wasn't
Hackers. Are you fucking kidding me? So I love Short Circuit too. That's
it wasn't Hackers. It was Super Mario Brothers. He was in. You know,
as Ziggy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's it? Drugstore Cowboy and the Basketball Towers were great depictions of drug. Basketball Diaries is still my favorite Leonardo DiCaprio film. I fucking love that film.
Well, that's the film that put Mark Wahlberg as an actor as well. Don't get me wrong, didn't put him on the map. The film that put Mark Wahlberg on the map
was he in that?
Yeah, he was in that, but it wasn't the film that put him on the map. It was the film that put him on the map was
Boogie Nights.
Boogie Nights.
It was Boogie Nights that put him on the map. I don't think
on the map, but he was in
Basketball Diaries.
Yeah, he was. Google it.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, I've seen Gina. Yeah, I've seen.
Yeah, Gio is great.
I'm trying to think of the movies from the 90s that I really liked.
Well, when it comes to films like that, My Own Private Idaho.
Oh yeah, he played Mickey. Fucking hell.
My Own Private Idaho with Keanu Reeves and River Phoenix. They played a couple of rent boys, and also that film. Is it Lockdown? It's got Tupac Shakur and Tim Roth.
Oh yeah.
God.
I forgot. That was a great film.
That was a great film about
Tupac
drug use
was a great
as well.
Fucking actor, man. I miss that guy. I wish you weren't.
I love him and Tim Roth. They just were
great chemistry.
Brilliant. It was so good. They played a couple of jazz musicians who are heroin addicts.
Yeah.
It also had Tandy Newton in it as well.
Let's see.
Yeah, me too. I would have loved to have seen them.
Yeah, because I mean,
Gridlocked.
Gridlocked.
That's it. Yeah.
It also had Delroy Lindo in it as well. Like,
I mean, apparently River Phoenix was supposed to play Christian Slater's role in Interview with the Vampire before he passed away.
I'm not surprised because Christian Slater did feel out of place in that, where that would have been more of a River Phoenix. Not that I don't like Christian Slater, I fucking love.
Pump Up the Volume.
Huh?
Pump Up the Volume is a great film.
It's a great film. I saw that not long ago, a couple of months ago. I rewatched it. I didn't realize. I forgot how fucking dark it was. I just remember it being really funny because the bit was like, you know. That's what I remember. But it's actually quite.
I liked him. I liked him in Stand By Me. Like, you had all 4 of those actors. They became household names. You had You had River Phoenix. You had Will Wheaton. You had Corey Feldman.
Yeah,
and
Jason.
then you had
boy.
who ended up being Captain Commander Ransom in Lower Decks. I forgot. And yeah, he's from Sliders. He's been in lots of things. He was a fat little kid. Then I had no idea that was him. Until
None of us did.
Until I came back to Stand By Me, and also that's got Kiefer Sutherland in it as well. And I don't look at that movie, even though it's got a lot of kids in it. I don't look at it as a kids film. It just happens to have, you follow kids, but it's not meant for kids. But
no, it's not.
It could be easily. If you want people, you just need to ask. Sorry. So I was
Evil Dead Rise was an interesting gore fest.
I've not seen that yet.
Watched that and Guy Ritchie's The Covenant, which kept me engaged from start to finish.
Fuck, I can't stand The Covenant. Sorry, Jerry O'Connell. That was it. Thank you.
Jerry O'Connell is a freak. He's
a total astrology nut.
Oh really? God,
oh really?
Have you seen who he's married to? You'd be astrology nut if you were married to her as well.
Who?
Jerry O'Connell's married to the other lady who played Mystique in the first X-Men films.
Rebecca Romaine. I thought they would separate.
You married her?
Yeah, they got married. They were married.
God, the lucky git. She was fucking hot, man.
She wasn't my type.
When you saw her properly as herself in the second X-Men movie, and she was like trying. No, in the second one, she tried to she she
gets to be a security guard.
Yeah, and gets him drunk and stuff like that. Wow, I thought, wow, this girl's hot. You know what I mean? Like unbelievably, yeah. So, and she still looks great in Star Trek right now. I mean, she looks amazing.
She was in Star Trek?
Yeah, she's in Lower Deck. So not Lower Deck. She's in Strange New Worlds. She plays number 1.
Oh, I see.
No, where Stevens has been. All right, fair enough. Well, is it Johnson Stevens?
And Free Slags. When is Cheetah going to join us? Is he still at fucking clan camp? You know what I mean? So.
Oh yeah, they're still with her. Fucking hell.
Are they still together?
Yeah, they're still together.
That's fair play. Know. I mean, so often you hear about people breaking up. I mean,
never go where Stamos has gone. How dare you goddamn racist?
What's his face? Like Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn. They're still together.
Yeah, they're still together. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to see.
Kid Night boys. Well, you should have swallowed. But you chose to have kids. So tough, you're missing out.
Oh dear.
Yeah, you are failing them because you are here. Well, the kids should be tucked up in bed. What is it? 7 o'clock over there? Another 15 and 20, whatever. I don't know.
And we're talking about Milquetoast Cheeto here, so they should have gone to bed the moment they came home from school.
Yeah, said their prayers, had their vitamins, and gone to bed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
so that Cheeto can blow his load all over Riker.
Yeah, wow, so it sounds a bit wrong, but okay.
Well, I'm not. I was talking about his poster of Commander Riker. I don't know what you were talking about. Goddamn perverts.
He's got a fucking dog, you know that.
I know.
Okay, so we're now eating. I can be on in 30 minutes. We're done.
Yeah.
I'm going to be on when you finish, dudes.
Yeah. I'll come on when you're done. I missed you.
So, is there anything else that people want to bring up? Really?
I'm just reading up here. Oh yes, when Fast and Furious 10 comes out today, doesn't it?
May 18th or 13th.
I'm trying to work out, is it the longest going franchise in history? It's got to be up there. It's
up there, but it's not. You got you have
Friday the 13th,
Friday the 13th, and
Star Trek, and you got Star Wars as well.
Star Trek. No, Star Wars is. Because Star Wars has.
You got anthology
9,
films.
10, 11, 13 films, isn't it? Or 12 films.
Well, if you want to throw in the shitty Ewok ones as well and all of that, it's got.
They was
I mean,
yeah. So you got the nine, which is the trilogy. You got the 2 awesome Ewok films. Then you got Solo, Rogue One. That's it, isn't it?
Yeah, they were supposed to make a Boba Fett movie, but they turned that into a series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, mate, trying to follow anything with Star Wars now after Mandalorian. I can't watch these. I can't watch Visions. I tried and I got bored out in every single
Visions.
one.
Season 2 was great. Season 2 of Visions was me and Gary. We enjoyed it.
Yeah,
we thought it was definitely better than season 1, and giving it to a worldwide group of film animators was a better idea than just giving it to Japanese animators. So we saw all these different styles of the stop motion animation as well, and sometimes some of the animation felt like a mix of traditional animation as well as stop motion. You didn't know what we were watching. Is it stop motion or is it traditional? It felt like a merger of the two.
Yeah,
it was really good. And some of the original animation styles, like there was one Indian episode, like episode 7 is full on, but ding ding 299. Like it was. Yeah, it was proper that. It was amazing, I mean? Indian Inquisitors and Indian Jedis, and it was like, wow, this is so. But they'll mix it. But you know how it is, with some people like Middle Eastern and Indian, like Central Asian, is the same for some of these fuckers.
Yeah,
even though they're different. I mean, and it was a mixture of the two. Sometimes it felt very Middle Eastern, like Arab-like, and sometimes it felt quite Indian-y. But it was brilliant.
I tried so hard, but I think with this franchise, I'm just like Acolyte is coming out at some point, and I'm not excited about that. And it's just like, that's why I didn't jump in on a review. I was like, I'll just let people that enjoy the fucking thing.
Well, Ahsoka's coming out soon. You must be looking forward to that, no?
No, not really, because I know what Filoni's like. He's just gonna do Rebels fucking fan service, and it's just hard to get excited. Like, I'm so sick of this era. I want beyond this fucking era, but then we do that with Visions, and I'm still sitting there fucking. But then a lot of Visions were still around the Empire era, and it's just like.
So what do you want? Do you want like the Old Republic era or stuff like that?
I want to go forward, not in the past. I don't mind going to the Old Republic era, but I want to go forward. Change the fucking law, change the rules. This 2 Sith bollocks and like the every time the Jedi are in fucking danger and all this kind of shit. Just
in the what's it called, the Legends trilogy, in the Legends books, in order to get around the Sith situation, because obviously the Jedi always need an enemy, but when you killed off the Sith, you killed off their enemy. So what they did is that apparently there was this planet where a Sith spaceship crashed, and the Sith have been living on that planet and breeding with the indigenous people of that planet and made it their own for 5,000 years. And
I know about that one.
Yeah, and eventually, the planet was rediscovered by. They've only got a handful of lightsabers as well, which gets passed down from generation to generation. But the Sith, this particular Sith, they have more camaraderie as well, because they've had to, because they've been living on that planet. But eventually, a spaceship comes onto that planet, and now the Sith are able to leave that planet, and they start getting involved in in universal affairs and stuff like that, and it became interesting again, because the rule of 2 was a clever idea, but it ended up being a stupid idea.
I hated it, and I like it. Personally, if I was in charge of the franchise, I would have gone out of my way to undo a lot of stupid, just undo a lot of stupid George Lucas rules that he had, because he just fucking botched it up beyond belief.
Well, if
send them into nuns.
Yes, I mean the thing is that if I was in charge of, like, let's say, if someone said, "Right, guy, you could write Star Wars," what I would do is I would do exactly what you're saying, Paddy. Like, do it 100 years in the future. Get rid of the rule of 2, because I agree with you. Make it like do it like that. The whole Jedi Order is back. It's like not like the seat as a council, but kind of there's no new order bollocks or anything like that. Have it where there's now a new republic in place, but kind of like you deal with like sort of like people doing the machinations and stuff like that. Boom, there you go. You got neutrality.
I'll go one better than that, boss man. I'll have it maybe not 100 years, maybe 1,000 years into the future. But the thing with the Star Wars timeline, technology hasn't even changed that much. So you go 1,000 years into the future, you can bring up the stories about how certain Jedi learnt about, through holocrons and Jedi archives, learnt about the Sith, turned to the dark side, and a new Sith order began. And then we can have lots of Sith again, and after 1,000 years or so, plenty of Sith, and then Sith Jedi War, second one, in this particular era, and boom, we've got like an old Republic style story, but set in the future.
Whatever, as long as it isn't tied to the fucking Skywalker era, you know what I mean? It's like, it's just, it needs an overhaul, and Disney just lack of creativity, sticking around this fucking 25 years of bollocks. It's like you've milked it to the point where we're gonna be having discussions about how the fucking slugs on a planet got overtaken by bloody the Empire and what they went through while they're navigating little bushes and all this like this. So yeah, just take it way into the future,
and we can have
this fucking George Lucas law and just make it your own thing.
And I'll throw in one thing better, just to throw that nostalgia bait there, and just to keep people happy and have it linked in with the stuff of the past. We could have Grogu as a Grand Master.
Yeah, if you go forward enough and he's still alive, then you can do, yeah.
And he shouldn't.
But that fan service is just to keep the fucking. That's more to keep the executives happy than anything. Because fans have shown time and time again. Like, look at Andor. There is no fan service in that film and that series, and it's beloved beyond belief. It's not about the fan service. It's about just doing good fucking storylines.
Personally, though, I think people would always be asking the question if you set it within the millennium time period, then people will be asking the question, "Where's Grogu?" So let's just answer the question for them immediately by saying, "Yeah, he's a Mandalorian Jedi Master."
Yeah, they'll just
yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
the thing is that I'm one of the few people I'm actually the only one in this group who actually likes The Last Jedi.
Yeah, we're not going under that. So Vance is saying, I'll be happy with the writer's strike ends up cancelling the Rian Johnson and Taika Waititi star. I don't think Rian Johnson's projects were ever going to get off the ground.
No.
There was always talks about it, then it's just died down. Waititi's is still kind of hovering around, but after Love and Thunder,
Rian Johnson shot himself in the foot by saying that he wants to make projects where people dislike it, not everyone likes it. When you say something like that and the executives hear that, they'll say, "Fuck you, Ryan. We don't want you. We want everyone. We don't want our projects to be divided, divide our fan base more than they already are." I mean, we would rather people enjoy, or everyone enjoy our products, not just half of them.
Well, Johnson is out for Johnson, and that's it.
He's a troll.
He's a prick, and so I watched Glass Onion, which was a massive pile of shit, and then I thought, let me go back and watch the other one that he did before.
That is better,
and everyone loves that, and I was like, this is a pile of shit as well. What the fuck? Like, do people see this guy?
They're not good who done it, by the way.
Looper was a good film. Looper
I don't like Looper.
I don't like Looper. Brick are his two good films, and that's it. But fuck that guy. Just let him rot on the side and do his own little side projects of glass asses and all this kind of shit. Waititi could fuck off as well. Well, again, Waititi, you see the football film that's coming out.
Yes.
And that looks good because why is it?
Is that him?
That's him. So why is it when he's doing his own fucking project, he can make it grounded and sweet and interesting? but then he's working for a big studio, and he just fucking throws his dick everywhere. You know,
The one with
it's
Fassbender,
ridiculous.
that's him.
Yes.
What's that?
The
Yeah,
one with Fassbender. Wow, I
yes,
had no idea.
that's him.
The film that's based on a real life event that happened.
Yeah, and it looks really good. You know, and that's the thing. That's what frustrates me. What it is like. Well, why didn't you do that with Thor? You just ran away with it and fucking made me want to blow my brains out.
He's no different to a lot of directors that they no matter how good they are, they'll always bring out shit now and again. It's inevitable.
Yeah, because the worst is when their ego just gets out of control. But if Waititi carries on making his own films, in how they made him great, and he doesn't go over the top, like Jojo Rabbit was good, even though he was annoying in it as Hitler. But Jojo Rabbit was a great fucking film. So if you just
Maori Hitler made me laugh, man. I liked it personally.
Maori
Hitler, yeah. That made me laugh a lot. I didn't mind that.
If he carries on that trade, then you know what? Fine. If the big studios give him projects and he wants to make crap with that, that's fine. As long as his stuff is still good, I could tolerate it.
I mean, because you think his ego's gone out?
It has massively. It has though. Is
it because of who he's married to?
No, his ego got out of check before that, because that's why he left his wife and kids to shack up with Rita Ora. You know, he's that kind of person. Like after Thor, like he's just got like his head's like this. That's why I'm surprised the football film he's got coming out looks as good as it does.
But I think the fact that Love and Thunder got flaming trashed was like deflated of that ego a little bit.
I hope so. I hope that brings him crashing down to say, calm down. Stop acting like a fucking child. Like you and James Gunn. Stop trying to be edgelord. Stop trying to be funny with comedy that's out of date. Just tell a good story and everything else falls into place. But no, they had to inject them in there, and you can always see that, and it's just like, don't do that, bro. I could tell it's you. You know, it's like Tarantino, the way everyone talks in a Tarantino film or a Guy Ritchie film, everyone fucking talks the same. It's just like, well, I know that's not the actor doing a role, that's the director wanting the actor to be exactly how he's written the script, and the way he's written the script is everyone's the fucking same. It's just like,
have you seen that Jamie Foxx interview with Howard Stern about Quentin Tarantino?
No.
Please let me show you this little clip.
Go for it.
It's very good. It might make you think a little bit differently regarding him.
Tarantino.
But let me put it up for you. Yeah,
I don't hate Tarantino unless I will.
No. I never said you did.
Yeah, no.
All right, here we go.
Well, I think Tarantino. I think Jackie Brown was one of his best films. To be honest with you.
Oh, fuck.
I never liked that.
Even though because he didn't write it, that's the thing.
Yeah, that's why. But Pulp Fiction is still my favorite. But in that, you can tell everyone sounds the same.
So look, this is like 6 years ago now. Anyway, here we go.
Okay.
I was just getting to learn Quentin Tarantino. So he was, again, a tyrant. You know, he was at this, do not fuck my film up.
Tyrant in the sense that does he insist on every word being just the way he wrote it?
But that's what you want.
Do you?
You want a director who, even if you're going off the cliff, you know that you're going off the fucking cliff.
But don't you want the freedom to also kind of add your twist?
Not with him.
No.
The first day of rehearsal, I'm reading my lines like, yeah, and he said, cut. Could I talk to you for a second? Close the door. What the fuck is that? I said, what you mean? I knew I was going to have this problem. Listen, all of this shit, you have to be a fucking slave, okay? He's a slave. He's not cool. He's a fucking slave.
Right.
He doesn't know how to read. You come in with your fucking Louis bag and your fucking Range Rover. And you're fucking Jess. You're not Jim Brown. He's a fucking slave. And then he becomes the hero. But lose that shit. Door swings open, he walks out.
Wow. Would you work with Quentin Tarantino again, or is it just too goddamn?
1,000 times.
Oh, you would.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, it makes sense. But that's Tarantino to a T. He wants it exactly his way.
Yeah.
You know,
he's really good at impressions, Jamie Foxx, by the way.
He is.
He's brilliant. Jamie Foxx.
Yeah,
like, I've loved him since the early 90s. Like, his stand-ups were always great.
He's a polymath.
Yeah.
No, but he's the definition of what we call an entertainer. Like, the guy can sing, he's a stand-up comedian, he's an actor, he's everything. He can do it all. You know, he's superb. He's an Oscar winner for playing Ray. You know what I mean?
Yep.
The guy could do everything.
No, he's one of the goats. He is one of the goats.
Yeah,
he is underrated goat. Big fan of his.
Yeah, exactly. So, and Django Unchained was very good. Not my personal favorite, by the way. When it comes to Tarantino flicks, when it comes to more recent ones, I would say I do like Hateful Eight. I like that one a lot.
Yeah, I like Hateful Eight as well. I like
that's
the film where like nothing happens, but yeah, it's still great.
Yeah.
It's just so engrossing, you know what I mean? You just know it's all going to fucking turn to... That's the thing with Tarantino films, a lot of it, you just know it's going to turn to shit. But the one film a lot of people like, but I didn't, I mean, apart from Jackie Brown, is Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. You know, that film is shit.
No, I actually liked it because I think the thing is that I've seen enough really crap Manson movies to appreciate somebody trying to do something different with it.
Yeah, it was okay. Yeah, I didn't hate it, but it wasn't like the best. I just enjoyed watching Leo and Brad in it.
What I saw was Tarantino going full on foot fetish in that movie. You know, any chance he went full on foot fetish in that movie. Some of the other stuff, one of my favorite films of his, which he didn't direct, I believe he wrote, was True Romance. That film is one of my favorites of his. I love that film. It's got 3 significant scenes. The Gary Oldman scene, obviously playing Drexel, was superb. The scene between Christopher Walken and Dennis Hopper, you know, amazing. And the shootout at the end was fantastic.
My favorite things with Tarantino is like. I thought Dust Till Dawn was great. He was actually pretty decent in it.
I didn't like that film.
Really?
I liked it. I liked it a lot.
Salma Hayek in it, and that's it.
Who doesn't like Salma Hayek?
I love him. Oh, what's it? Like there's a film. Oh, what's the film now where he? I like the Kill Bill films, but that's because I love Kung Fu cinema. So, you know, which is always
I love Kill Bill.
First one I liked. The second one bored the shit out of me. I was so
Pulp Fiction, obviously.
Was numb. I love Pulp Fiction. Not a big fan of Reservoir Dogs. I thought that was overrated, but I love Pulp Fiction. Still great film. Such a just beautiful noir type film.
What the hell? Well, a couple of things here. Hateful Eight is the best movie to sleep to. It's horrible with a great. What the hell? A great soundtrack.
Yeah, I think that was the first Oscar that what's his name won. What's his name? The guy who did the favorite thing. The great filmmaker was it? The one who did Fabian Good, Bad, and Ugly. What's his name now?
Oh, and
Enzo Morricone.
Yeah. That's the first Oscar he won for Favorite Hateful Eight.
I never knew he was around for that. I thought he'd be dead by then, but amazing.
You mean the soundtrack? Yeah, the composer, not the. I think that was was that the last thing he ever
Sergio Leone is the director.
Sergio Leone was a director, and
Morricone was the composer.
He's the composer.
Hey, Tio.
Hey guys, how you doing? I'm glad you're to be here.
We've got the American here
Oh
now.
God, who let the
He's wearing a Bailey's t-shirt.
Jesus Christ! Oh, we're all a little bit Irish on the fucking
I'm bringing some Irish. I'm bringing some Irish to the stream here today, laddies.
To the corner shop, huh?
There are some
I'm
directors.
feeling in for Shredder today.
Yeah, there are some directors that I not that I hate, but I just like the stuff just goes over my head.
Let's go. Let's go. Give us your list. We can all do this. This is a little fun game we can play. Let's go, Gary. You start us off.
Okay.
Wait, what's the game?
Directors you can't stand or
no, it's not can't stand. So their stuff just isn't for me.
Yeah.
What's his name? The guy, not Fincher, the other guy. No, Fincher's good.
David Lynch.
No, not David Lynch. No, I love David Lynch.
David Cronenberg.
No, that's all right. I'll come to me.
Michael Fincher.
No,
that's the actor.
Wes Anderson.
Yeah, Wes Anderson. I can't stand it.
How dare you?
I tell a lie. Actually, I loved the Grand Budapest Hotel. I loved that. Actually, that's one of the few films that I love.
Darjeeling Limited is awesome, dude. You know what I mean?
Anyway, before so don't worry, we can go to that later. More. Keep going.
Okay. I'm trying to think who else makes films I can't stand. James Cameron recently has been unbearable.
He hardly makes anything.
Yeah, but Avatar 2 is rubbish. And then he does all this other stuff that he does.
He hasn't made anything good since fucking Terminator 2. And he's only made 3 films.
What?
And they're shit. Titanic and the 2 Avatar films, and they're shit.
And this guy used to make the best and stuff like that. So what happens to that?
I mean,
all right. Yeah. Just read it. There you go. They're the director I can't stand.
Carry
on. Try to think who else. I'm trying to think of
I'm writing mine down right now.
See, for me, it's not. If I could just have the baton passed here, for me, it's not necessarily directors I can't stand. It's just directors who end up making shit films eventually. Like George Lucas is no different. Steven Spielberg, Ridley Scott, Patty Jenkins. That they all do it. They all end up making. Joel Schumacher has made one of my favorite films of all time and one of my most disliked movies of all time in Falling Down and Batman and Robin.
Batman and Robin is your favorite of all time, and Falling Down is the one.
Yeah, I heard that's what I heard. Batman and Robin is his favorite. I heard it.
Yeah. But the point is, it's hard to believe that they're made by the same fucking director. It's when you look at those films, you think, how is that possible?
You cannot blame Schumacher for Batman and Robin or Batman Forever. That is John Peters. This is the guy that was the catalyst for me absolutely loathing producers with a passion. It started from John Peters. He was the guy that owned the Batman and Superman franchises back then, and it's because of him. Because they were like, ooh, toys. Let's sell toys. This is why, if we look at the 90s, and you will see R-rated franchises that were kiddified in the 90s, like fucking Rambo and RoboCop and Batman, which Tim
even look at Ninja Turtles. I mean, Ninja Turtles was pretty R-rated in the comics too.
The comics was R-rated. The first film was very dark, and the studio didn't like that. In the second film, they don't even use their fucking weapons. Pathetic, and so he was a victim of that. And that destroyed Joel Schumacher. But Joel Schumacher has made some great films. And Falling Down is one of the best films of all time, for sure. But I get your frustration. I know what you mean. But on Batman, you can't really blame him. You can blame him for Showgirls.
All right. Apparently, remember the anime cartoon from yesteryear called Battle of the Planets?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
I think I remember that one, yeah.
Yeah, apparently that is more adult orientated than people realize.
Well, it's Japanese, isn't it?
It's Japanese, but obviously got edited in various ways to make it acceptable for Western audiences. And if you try to find the unedited version, you'll find stuff which is a lot more R-rated, so to speak. You know, with deaths and blood and
in
shit
Greece.
like that.
In Greece, obviously now because of the EU, they've just completely fucking fallen in line. But in Greece, they used to show the unedited version. So, like One Piece and Battle of the Planets and everything from Japan
One
was
Piece,
unedited.
yeah.
Unedited.
Oh my god.
The Western versions, and this is what I despise about Western parents. I fucking despise about them is, you know, this like thing against violence, and it's like it has no negative effect on children being exposed to this kind of thing. I mean, if it would, Japan would be fucking murdering each other left, right, and center, but their stuff is unedited. So they used to wind me up. Anyway, Gary, any more directors?
Ooh, by the way,
Bryan Singer. Come on.
No.
Okay.
He's a piece of shit, but no.
No, he made the first two X-Men movies, which I quite like, and The Usual Suspects. He's okay.
Yes, he made Usual Suspects. I love that film.
Yeah,
great film. I love that film. One of the few Tarantino films that's not Tarantino. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But he's a horrible human being. But so he deserves to die in a ball of fire. But he did make Usual Suspects, which was phenomenal.
Yeah, I think that's it really. Because by the way, it's not that I hate all their works. It's not. It's just like sometimes. No, it's just that it's like if what Paddy was saying before with
just flies above you. Yeah.
No, with the Taika Waititi thing, whereas like their egos have got too big.
Yeah.
No one could tell them no before.
Yeah. So before we go on, I just want to do Wild Wild West. I love listening to Kevin Smith's story about Superman. Well, oh my god, that's such
the giant spider.
The giant spider, and he goes, and what does John Peters have in Wild Wild West? A big fucking spider at the end. Because the guy was obsessed with spiders, because that's what he wanted with Superman. Was
apparently, and I said apparently, Neil Gaiman tells a story that John Peters wanted to do Sandman. I said the only thing he wanted in it was a very giant spider in that as well.
Yeah, it was just obsessed with giant spiders, and all I could say is people need to thank God for Wild Wild West. Because that's what brought down John Peters. That brought him down in the end. I mean, he was still kicking about, but that brought him down. And we were able to break away and get, like, you know, Nolan's Batman films and break away from that kind of corny era.
Well, at least he gave us a steampunk movie. You know what I mean? I'll give him that. I don't like Wild Wild West either, but, you know, I love films that are part of particular genres, and steampunk is an awesome genre, and there's not enough steampunk.
We don't get enough steampunk. Oh, that's the problem. We don't get enough steampunk, and when we do, it's shit like Wild Wild West, unfortunately. But I'm with you. I love steampunk.
Baron Munchausen is one of my favorite steampunk films. Adventures of Baron Munchausen, the
Terry Gilliam film.
Gilliam, yeah. I love that film.
Great.
That's pretty good. Yeah. So
I'll go with like my directors. I'll think of more as I go along. But Ridley Scott, most of his stuff just flies above my head. James Cameron, so I'm with you on that. Joss Whedon, again, I'm with you on that. But here's the thing with Joss Whedon, apart from him being a horrible human being, it's more that he's a shit writer rather than a shit director. So my problem with Whedon is that he insists on writing the script, and you get all the fucking 90s quips that are just so frustrating, and everything's a joke.
I will say that Serenity was a really good film. I will say that.
That's what I mean. So if you look at forget Age of Ultron, which was a big pile of shit.
Yeah.
But the first Avengers film was beautifully directed. Yeah, I know you like it, but it was a pile of shit.
I hate it.
Yeah, it was a pile of
shit. I think it's improved with age.
but the visuals on it,
Dude, I loved it the day I saw it. So fuck y'all.
The visuals are gorgeous. Like nothing against that. It's the script I fucking hated. Like constant quippy jokes, and the plot was annoying and all this. But
language,
language, all this shit. So yeah, it's weird, and it's more that his writing pisses me off more than his directing. But anyway, Brian De Palma, who Scarface and all this kind of stuff. Never liked his films.
Tequila Sunrise, I think.
Yeah, all of that. I'm just not a fan of his stuff. It flies over my head. James Gunn's recent stuff. Denis Villeneuve as well. Visually stunning but boring films. God, who else was there? I can't believe you said Wes Anderson, because Wes Anderson is like one of my favorite directors of all time.
No. It's just not for me. But I will say the Budapest Hotel was brilliant.
Yeah, Grand Budapest Hotel was phenomenal.
And it's one of Ray Fiennes' finest performances.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. But I love his stuff so much. Sorry, Jason, you might as well go next, or Zam, whoever.
Taika Waititi. I can't stand that twat waffle.
Okay. Is it just him?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you guys know I'm not a big director person. So like, I mean, if you threw some names out, I could probably be like some of the ones that you guys were mentioning, like Steven Spielberg has kind of gotten annoying over the years. James Cameron has also gotten very annoying over the years. But like, yeah, like the one that always jumps out at me director wise that I hate is Taika Waititi. I mean, what he did in Thor Ragnarok just irks me to the bone.
Yeah, I agree. Francis Ford Coppola is another one of those people that I just couldn't get behind. Apart from
so you don't like Apocalypse Now or the Godfather films?
I love Apocalypse Now. I can't stand the Godfather films. They bore the living shit out of me. Another guy that's dropped down is Peter Jackson.
Really?
Vance. Yeah, I mean, after the Lord of the Rings trilogy, he's just made absolute dog shit.
Well, he made the Hobbit films.
He made the Hobbit films. That's the problem.
That's the problem. And King Kong.
So you didn't like the Hobbit films at all?
Only the first one, barely. And the other, the sequels were god awful.
Okay.
Desolation of Smaug is one of the most boring sequels to a film.
No, Battle of Five Armies is far worse when it comes.
Oh no, that was worse. But what I mean is, Desolation was just boring, like boring, and Battle of the Five Armies was just fucking stupid.
Well, look, for me, like the directors I dislike were at one point some of the greatest directors of all time. Stanley Kubrick is in there because he made Eyes Wide Shut, his last film, and that film is just to wank over fucking Nicole Kidman.
Yeah,
there's nothing more to
but
it.
That's that's only one bad film in a.
Well, he was also like in a way the ghost of Kubrick was within Steven Spielberg, who I also now dislike. When he made AI, I know you like it. It's a pile of fucking shit. It's a big pile of fucking shit.
Liking, which is fair enough.
And going back to Steven Spielberg, it does hurt me when I say this, but Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, like, it does not feel like a Steve. It feels like somebody else directed that movie.
It's a George Lucas. I've told you how many times I keep telling you.
I know. You keep telling me.
Just think of producers and the history. What I've told you about producers.
George Lucas was also involved in it. He was also involved in the first three movies as well. He helped. He helped create
since then.
Yeah, for sure. George Lucas is being another person.
George Lucas, definitely.
This guy couldn't get a performance out of when you got people like Samuel L. Jackson and like Ewan McGregor and Ian McDiarmid are such great actors themselves that they'll perform regardless of having a shit director. But then you got someone like Samuel L. Jackson who sometimes needs to be reminded that he's a great actor, and unfortunately George Lucas didn't do that because Samuel L. Jackson was wooden as fuck in those prequels.
I don't get the love he gets for fucking
Count
Dooku, not Count Dooku, Mace Windu. Like, I'm with you on that.
Oh, I mean, the thing is that Samuel L. Jackson has been in worse things than the prequels. And
I mean,
but
he's
in
been
terms
like
of
a million
performance,
movies.
in terms of performance, it's up there with one of his worst ones.
Those worst performances, is in the spirit by far.
Well, yeah, I mean, look,
Coming to America, he was in. Remember that?
Oh
yeah, well, he was great in that. It was a guy that holds up the whack Arnold's, as I call it.
Yeah.
I got 4 more here. Spike Lee. Not get into his stuff.
I haven't seen anything
Did
recently.
write things great. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
J.J. Abrams. Fucking.
Oh yeah, there's a good one that I'm like.
Yeah, there's a good one.
Him.
Ryan Johnson too. Although I just I don't
Star
like
Wars
him.
films.
Yeah.
Christopher Nolan. Fucking
really?
Yeah, I can't stand.
Oh my god!
I don't like. No, that's actually another one I'm not.
wanker.
Yeah, I don't like. I don't like Interstellar. I don't like.
Yeah.
What other of his movies? I mean, like obviously the
Tenet,
Boss Man,
rubbish.
Cover Your Ears, but I don't think the Dark Knight movies were anywhere near as good as everyone says they were.
I only like the second one. The other two I hated.
I like the first one, and I did not care for the second and the third one.
I have to seriously disagree because I think he's
of course you do because it's
like,
Christopher Nolan and he did the Dark Knight movies.
Dunkirk was a masterpiece, and I don't care what anyone says.
I have not seen Dunkirk.
I want to see
but
Dunkirk.
That's the problem. See, Dunkirk was great, but it's in amongst piles of shit.
No, I mean, because I think he's Batman. I think Batman gives us a decent start. But as I said, Dark Knight Rises for me, and I say it for me, not for anyone else, but for me, is somebody having the bravery to say, "Hey, I'm going to do a Tales Two Cities, but with Batman." And I'm going to give people what they haven't seen.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, look.
No. I mean, hey, he's made a film I don't like. He made what was that Swedish
Insurrection.
Film? No.
Insurrection. I love, by the way.
No. What was the one where he?
AJ Author.
It was like a Swedish. It's a remake of a Swedish film. I can't remember what it's called. Insomnia. Yeah, that was one. I couldn't stand that, and it's because I don't really like Swedish thrillers.
It's set in Alaska, by the way, and it's got Al
and
Pacino
it's got Robin Williams in a really sadistic.
and Robin Williams.
Yeah,
Robin Williams was that period of his career, he was going through like a bad guy phase.
Yeah, 1 hour photo. What a film!
Yeah.
What a film!
But as I said, I thought the Prestige is great. I don't care what Christopher Priest says; he could go fuck himself. I thought Inception was really good.
Yeah,
but I do think he's not. I do think
Inception wanted me to blow my brains out.
Yeah, I fucking bored.
But his two masterpieces for me. His two masterpieces for me.
I like Inception.
Is the Prestige and is Dunkirk. Those are his two masterpieces because I love magic and I love war films. So
well, good for you, mate. Well done. Congratulations. No, I mean, again, it's fair enough. Nolan's one of those. He's always going to be majority liked more than hated. But for me,
I can't wait for the new film he's got coming up.
Like Memento was phenomenal. That was Christopher Nolan. That's a great fucking film. The Dark Knight I absolutely love as well, and Dunkirk, great. But
have you not seen
else,
The Prestige?
I didn't like it. It's
brilliant.
I think I need to rewatch that because it was for a period of time where I don't know. I was in a weird phase. But another one I want to add to that.
Wait, you're out of that phase?
No, not really. But another person I want to add to that who's actually slightly changing. No, he isn't. Fucking Benicio del Toro. Guillermo del Toro.
Guillermo del Toro.
Guillermo del Toro. His films just, I can't stand his fucking films.
Well, like Kronos and stuff like that.
Yeah, like especially like Hellboy and fucking the fish fucking film and all these kind of Pan's Labyrinth, all that. I don't know what it is about Del Toro. See, my biggest issue with Del Toro is he sets something up and then he just moves on to the next bit and he just rushes through his films and you get a lot of bloated nothingness and you get to the end and then that's it. And he redeemed himself a little bit with Pinocchio, which was beautifully dark film.
Which
And
one?
The recent one that he did. On Netflix.
On Netflix, not the one on Disney. I was about to say,
not that piece of shit.
No,
no.
With Tom Hanks.
Yeah, not that piece of shit.
I hate
this one was really good. The voice acting was annoying in it, but the film was excellent, and I'm glad I think it won an Oscar as well, which it deserved.
It did for animation.
Yeah. So there is that, but I don't hate the person. I love Guillermo del Toro. I'm just not a fan of his films. So yeah, let me see what else there is.
I was going to say, so maybe a proposition would be, who do you think the next great directors are that could replace these annoying ones that were great and are now bad? I mean, go ahead with your list, Ginger, but that gives you something to think about. Unless you guys are wrapping
the Russo brothers are on the way, because everything they've made after the MCU films is a big pile of shit.
Well,
like Grey Man was fucking stupid. Citadel is awful. I know they're not directing it, but they're executive producers on it, and it stinks of their kind of smell. And everything. Let me see what they've done, but they've just made absolute.
They did that film with Tom Holland. What's it called? Cherry? Or what was it called?
Yeah, I think so. It was Cherry.
Yeah, Cherry.
What was that one film they did? There was like time travel and big war sequences, and it was a hot mess. I don't know what that movie was.
Let's see. Hang on. So Anthony Russo, director. Oh, fuck's sake.
Had America's ass in it, you know.
Oh yeah, that piece of shit. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, so they got Cherry, Grey Man, Citadel, which they've made after you know their awesome MCU films, and they're just fucking
the only good thing
just dumb.
If I was the Russos, then I would just stick to Superman or superhero stuff.
Yeah, that's what I would
do.
The
only good thing about Grey Man was Chris Evans. But Chris Evans, he's really good at playing a douche. Yeah, I mean, when he played Captain America, for me, that was such a unique role because he's playing a very good, wholesome man. But most of his career, he's played douchebags. You know, whether it be Scott Pilgrim or Fantastic Four. And so him playing a douchebag again, you know, he just fitted right back into roles he used to play.
Yeah, I mean, look, Grey Man is one of those, you can switch off and enjoy the film, but it's a stupid film. Like, it's stupid, but it's a fun watch. But when you compare to the caliber that they set, I mean, they set the fucking bar with the MCU, all right? And then the stuff they've made out of that. So they're very much on the verge of going from directors that I love to just outright saying, you know what, now you've got go away heat, so just go away.
Well, I meant what directors are looking like they're going to be good.
Go away heat.
Yeah, go away heat is good.
Away for that. Looking like they're going to be good. Oh God!
But I don't think it's that we want these directors to go away. I think it's that we want them to do good work again.
Or that you could work again.
Sometimes a director needs a handful of films on their belt for just them to get recognized. So it's hard for me to acknowledge any rookies to the game.
The guy who directed the John Wick films, he's doing pretty decent work. See what he does after.
My point is that people like him and the Wachowskis, like, they were superb in a particular genre. But if they ever, like, you know, the director of the John Wick films, if he was asked to direct a romantic comedy, could he pull it off?
Well, you know what I mean, if it was a romantic comedy about people that murder and then come together and find love, sure.
You know,
but I mean, it's difficult to say, like, directors that I feel are going to go the way that they're going to go, because there's not like many that kind of stand out. I mean, you could argue Jordan Peele, who Get Out was good, but you know, Nope was fucking boring.
Apparently, Christopher Nolan wants to do a horror film after he's done like the film he's done now.
Nobody cares what Christopher Nolan's going to do.
No,
He's
I
gonna
don't give a shit what Nolan wants to fucking do. Honestly, he's a has-been.
No, he's not.
Oh,
all right, I'm gonna depart, fellas. I can't. I'm already feeling the. So
I was waiting a couple minutes ago. I was watching for you to start snoring.
Cheeto, you got the ability to end and carry on the stream and all that.
Yep.
Okay.
All right then.
All right, Zamo.
I'll see you guys later.
Take care, mate.
Take care, everyone. Bye bye.
I try to think of film, but
you got anything else, Cheeto, in terms of directors, or you tapped out? You looking at?
I mean, no, I not really. I mean, Ryan Coogler is one of the ones that I haven't seen a lot of his work, but I think what he's done with the Black Panther franchise is pretty good. You know me, I'm pretty shallow when it comes to my directors and stuff like that. You guys know that a lot better than I do. Producers and directors and stuff like that. I know. According to Ginger, James Gunn is going to go to the moon. He's his favorite.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I'm kidding. He's kind of in my opinion, he's kind of getting to that has-been status too. I know Ginger hates him, but like for me, it's like I was okay with Guardians. I
love Guardians, but it was after 2 that's it. I was just like, okay, I know where this is going, and oh look, I was right.
Yeah, and so do you think he's going to? So I'm going to ask you a question now. Do you think he's going to do the same thing with Superman films?
I don't think he's
James Gunn. James Gunn is the type of director that stupid people love, and he will just carry on being successful by making dumb, idiotic shit that people are just gonna lap up with, because the majority of people that go and watch films aren't invested in them. They just want to watch something and switch their brain off. So whether it's a beloved franchise or not, is he going to do a good Superman? Probably not. But if he does, fantastic. And I'll cheer him on if he does. But the thing with James Gunn is I think he has the better ability of being what he's going to be in terms of running DC. I think that is a good thing for him because he's a fan of DC. I'm hoping it means that he'll be able to make sure things run smoothly and characters kind of stick to their origins and all this kind of stuff. So there is that aspect, like that you always get some actors and directors who do better roles as like producers. Like again, see Seth Rogen with Chippendales and all this kind of stuff and all that. So it's just like I think he will surprise people with DC, but he has to make sure not to focus on the obscure characters that he likes too much. I like that he's going down the obscure character stuff because that's where you get the surprises.
But you have to sprinkle it in. Truth be told,
you have to sprinkle it in, and you have to like the announcement of the Green Lantern stuff. Just fucking was like, what the fuck is this shit? As long as you get Batman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, the Lanterns, Superman, right, then everything else is a bonus, and the Flash. Okay, if you get the core Justice League right, and then everything else is a bonus. But if you fuck up the Justice League, then nobody's going to give a shit about anything else that you have to make.
I agree with that.
Yeah. I was just going to say the problem is that I mean he's directing Superman, which is kind of like the launching point for. And honestly, I don't want him to direct that one. I want him to be kind of like the behind the scenes guy, like the Kevin Feige, that kind of, because you're right, he does have the passion to try to make sure these characters go in the right direction, but I don't want him directing it and I don't want him writing it. I mean, I just feel like I don't know.
The problem, so yeah, I mean, the one thing you need to know is that as soon as he got the DC job, I guarantee you, he said, me getting Superman is a must because he's a massive Superman mark. He loves Superman.
Me too.
And so him getting it sadly was, I'm with you. I don't want him to fucking do the Superman film, but it might work out. It might work out because he's a big fan.
It depends.
So he might stay true to Superman.
It depends on a couple of things. things. Like, it depends on who the villain is going to be, because I'm hoping it's going to be Brainiac or it's going to be like Metallo or something.
I don't know if I want Brainiac in the first.
Not
movie.
in the first one. No, no.
I just don't want bloody Lex Luthor again.
I don't want Lex
Luthor.
I don't mind him being in it, but
Yes,
I don't want him as the main.
He's like Magneto. You have to have him in the movie, but it doesn't necessarily mean he's the main bad. You know, Magneto in the X-Men has always been a presence in the X-Men movies, but he doesn't always have to be the main bad. And like the problem is that I think in X-Men 3, they tried to make him into the main bad towards the end when the Phoenix really should have been the
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. The Phoenix should have been the main
focus.
focus.
But this is what I mean. So I don't want Zod again, and I don't want Lex Luthor again. I either want, like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of like a Superman villain, like, you know,
Parasite, or for the love of God, Black Adam. Like not The Rock's Black Adam. I'm talking like
The Rock's never working for DC again, mate.
Well, I know, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't care.
Huh?
Did The Rock fuck that up?
The Rock, he burnt bridges. Like, his ego got out of control, and he tried to basically muscle himself in to take over the whole fucking DC universe and be the central focal point. And James Gunn has just come in and said, well, your film flopped and you're out. And there is no fucking chance.
You can't blame him from a business perspective.
No, fuck Dwayne Johnson. He fucked it up big time. He completely shit on the film. He derailed the film. He rewrote it. He changed Black Adam to make it. See, there was a great video on, I think it's called How Dwayne Johnson Held Hollywood Hostage. And it's a brilliant, brilliant video that breaks down like how The Rock changed over the years, and the bigger he got, the more bland and generic and everyman type roles he plays, where he has to protect his brand. He has to protect the Dwayne Johnson brand. And that's why putting him in a film now is just pointless, because you're just going to get the same fucking person in every film. And Black Adam was just The Rock being The Rock again. Just bland, lifeless, fucking dog shit.
I genuinely had hopes for Black Adam. Look, I did like Adams more than most, but he was one of the worst parts of it, because he wasn't Black Adam. Black Adam just kills people indiscriminately. He doesn't go around having chats with people.
Yeah, So thankfully, he's burnt his bridges there. He's burnt his bridges in the Fast and Furious franchise. So this is the beginning of the end of the Dwayne Johnson brand, which I hope spurs him on to just go, okay, I need to reinvent myself yet again. Because don't forget, even in wrestling, he reinvented himself a couple of times. So when he started as Rocky Maivia, nobody fucking liked him. He got injured. He came back with more attitude, more swagger. When he did a couple of films, people just didn't like him. So when he came back, he was Hollywood Rock.
Which is one of the best areas of Rock.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And yeah, he reinvented himself. He's reinvented himself every time. And I think now, as an actor, he has to go back, be the smarmy prick that we all fell in love with. I want the ego. I want his ego to be put in a performance. I can't stand this fucking humble, boring cunt that he plays in every film. It sucks dick. Like, I want the charismatic Rock. I don't want fucking.
There was electrifying man in Sports Entertainment.
Yeah, that's put him in a couple of films. What is this fucking shit?
Well, and that's what I was saying is, like, I mean, honestly, if the Rock would have went full Black Adam with Black Adam, I felt like it could have worked.
Yes.
But I mean, but he was like this. He came from this, I don't know, like it just, in the Black Adam movie, it just felt like he was trying to the Rock from Doom. Yeah. So it just felt like he was trying to redeem Black Adam so he could make him into the cornerstone of the DC. And it's like, no, make yourself the cornerstone of the DC villains. That's what people want to see.
Exactly.
No, you got to have like an interest.
But he derailed everything. Like, he completely derailed Shazam as well. And he deserves to fail. Like, and he deserves to eat some fucking humble pie.
Yeah, and plus, I'm still looking forward to that Logan Call series they've got going on. I cannot tell you how. I'm a huge Green Lantern fan, And see, this is the thing that like you guys don't understand at the time. I'm a huge DC fan. Like,
Wait, we don't understand that you're a huge DC
No,
fan.
I didn't understand that.
No, I didn't understand that at all.
I'm
Yeah,
a comic book fan.
I like DC.
Yeah, I'm a comic book fan. I don't do tribalism. I'm not.
No, I love Marvel as well.
Comics, ID comics, Dark Horse comics. Comics are comics.
We just want them to be good.
You just want them to be good, and they're not.
Well, that's the thing. Is I am a Marvel fan as well. It's just that Marvel is good and has its audience and has its good films that I can go watch. DC doesn't really have that, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what we want. And
Yes,
sadly, and even with Valiant Comics, with Sony fucking owning the rights to them, good lord! I mean, they fucked up Bloodsport already. They brought that film out, and it's completely forgotten.
Did you watch that?
Yeah, it was awful.
It's terrible.
It was just generic.
Vin Diesel is an interesting screen presence, but he was terrible at that film.
I can't stand Vin Diesel at all. Like, after I noticed that it was Paul Walker that was carrying the bloody Fast franchise, not Vin Diesel, because after he went, it just went fucking downhill. The Rock helped being around in it, but
I thought the film with Jason Statham and The Rock was good, but maybe that's because of Jason Statham. I don't know.
Nah, it was too try hard for me. But hey, if you liked it, it's good. And it didn't make any money though. So
to be honest, I'd watch Jason Statham do anything. So that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, Jason Statham is just fucking like Meg 2, man. Meg 2. Let's go. Bring it on.
Yeah, I know, right? It makes no sense, and I know it's based on books, but it's like it's not going to have anything to do with the books. Like it's just in name alone. Like the first Meg movie was like, it's like I see what you're doing here, and I don't care. Like
yeah,
like I don't care in a good way. Like I'm here for it. Like
yeah, absolutely.
Give me the big shark.
Jason Statham vs. Plastic Shark 2. I'm here for it.
And the thing is, like Meg 1 was semi-serious, tongue-in-cheek, and Meg 2 is just like, fuck it, we can build a fun franchise here by being really silly. And I'm all for it. I love Jason Statham. It's rare I'll watch something he's in that I don't like.
Yeah, the problem is though is that he's kind of a d-bag to the MCU. Remember when he said, "Oh, my grandma could be in a DC Marvel movie."
Yeah, that's all right. It's just banter, It's just banter. It's standard.
I love Jason Statham in the Transporter series, especially Transporter 3.
See, I've never seen the
Transporter. Not the gay. Are you the gay? No, not the gay. I'm just not in the mood. I just love him in that.
The Transporter films are stupid in a great way. Yeah. Like great way and good fucking Louis. So the director of at least I think the first one, who was Louis Leterrier, he's the one that's doing Fast and Furious 10, and it looks so much fucking better than Fast 9 because Fast 9, the last couple of Fast 9s were done by I think it was Justin Lin, and just fucking he's a boring director. Like, how can you have all that action and that? I was bored out of my head. But Louis Leterrier, they hired him, and because of him, because Fast 10 was supposed to be the last one in the franchise, but because of him, the studios are like, holy shit, the previous guy was a pile of crap, but this guy's like revitalizing the franchise. It looks fun, and so they're doing a trilogy out of it. Out of these next with Momoa. So
the thing is that like in the last one they went to bloody space and it was boring.
Yeah, it was just boring. It was.
They actually went to space in the last one.
Yeah, they took a car. They took a car into bloody space.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Did they go up there looking for Elon Musk's Corvette?
No, they actually, and I'm not making this up. They actually park next to the International Space
Station. Yeah, that's right.
In a car.
Yeah.
What?
I am not making this up.
I've got to look this up. That's so stupid.
See the scene, just go find the scene.
Right. Jason, get this up on YouTube. You can get it, honestly.
No, do not put it up on this live stream because
no.
Universal are
notoriously bad.
Shit. Yeah, for that.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't like putting movies.
Yeah, go on.
I would say I don't like putting movie scenes up. Like, yeah, you're right. Like trailers and stuff like that. I mean, unless it's Paramount, because Paramount's a bunch of.
Yeah, you have to be so fucking careful with stuff like that. But yeah,
and
you can go see it for yourself.
And if it's a live stream, we're more likely to get a strike because because like if it's a recording, you can put it up and they'll say, "Oh, we're blocking it." If it's live, they could actually give us a strike. That's how we got our one strike on this channel, was because one Jerichoholic one time eons ago. I don't remember if you guys remember him, but he brought something up that was live on something on TV or something, and yeah, it got us our one and only strike so far.
But that should have gone by now if you haven't done any violations. Because it only sticks around for like 6 or 7 months.
They
it's been around for ages.
There you go, Tito.
Hold on, I'm bringing it up now. It's still sitting there. Yep. Community channel violation.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. I'm surprised it's still there. I always see it when I log in, but I'm always surprised it's still there.
Yep. So, Rooney. It doesn't say. I mean, it doesn't say that it's going to leave anytime soon. It doesn't say it expires anytime soon. It was on May 17th, 2021. So literally almost 2 years ago.
It's still there. So they changed the rules then.
I guess it's the only time we've ever gotten a strike. As I said, we've gotten a lot of copyright claims and copyright blockage, but I mean,
yeah, that's all right.
I mean, yeah, it is what it is. We suffer so much when we aren't making our gangbuster money on our, monetization.
Yeah. So Tito, I'll put a link for it in the private for you.
Okay, I'll check it out later.
I still can't believe it.
Still believe what?
That they put.
Yeah, see, look, it says here your strike will expire after 90 days. So I don't know why it's up. You should challenge.
Wait, where does it say that at?
Just Google it. How long does a strike last on my channel? A copyright strike last on my channel? It should only be 90 days. It used to be 6 months, and they changed it to 90 days. So I don't know why yours is still up. It should go. You need to challenge it somehow.
I don't think I can challenge it. It's dashed out where it says policy and actions. So I don't know.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, as I said, I'm not. I mean, that's we've shown a ton of other content on here, as I said, and I'm not super worried about it. But that's why I get really wary when that's why I say we can never do like live viewing stuff.
Yeah,
like TV and movies or whatever and stuff like that.
No, I mean that's literally copyright. That is copyright infringement, though.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like we can't do that.
You could do critiques and argue that it's transformative enough and all of that, but you get some assholes like Universal and Paramount. I'll just be like, no, fuck you. We're just going to be assholes.
Like they'll hit you. And as I said, I mean, if we upload it, at least we're likely to get a claim or it blocked. Like Paramount blocks all of our Star Trek trailers. That's why we have to record them. And we can't show the trailer. Like we can show snippets of it, but we can't show like the whole trailer. Like do a reaction.
I mean, Paramount have a long history. Viacom and YouTube have a long history because in the early days of YouTube, they were competitors because they had like Spike TV that was an online thing, and so Viacom basically did really shady shit in that they would get staff to create accounts, YouTube accounts, and upload Paramount old content. And so then that way Viacom could go in and strike it and build up enough of a case against YouTube. This was before Google bought them, to say, look, they keep uploading all this copyrighted stuff on their channel and we want to sue them into oblivion because they tried to destroy it because, capitalism actually hates competition. They don't fucking like competition. So they tried to bring back. So I've always had an absolute hatred for Viacom and Paramount and all that because that kind of shady shit. And what we did back in the day, and it was actually effective, was we said, okay, we're going to do a 30-day Paramount boycott. And so thousands of people participated in a boycott when nobody bought, watched, or went to any of their films. And it worked. And there was a lot. And then there was an investigation that exposed Viacom for doing the shady shit of creating channels and uploading their stuff only to strike it down. And then,
well, I mean, that's good. I mean, I was about to say that's good. I mean,
that was back in 2008.
Back when we were all relevant.
And I had hair.
Oh.
No, you look
hair on the bottom of your head.
I prefer being bald. No, I'm one of the few human beings on this planet that when I started going bald, I was just like, yes,
I saw this shit.
You got your
mine just doesn't. Mine just stays like this. It receded back in my 20s, and it just stopped. Like it's been like this for. Oh yeah, it's been like this for almost 15 years, maybe 10.
Perfect.
So yeah, I'm like Joel McHale. You ever see Joel McHale? Like he has the exact same hairline as me.
The same hairline.
Yeah, except he spikes his like up like in the front like this.
Yeah.
Like I don't spike it up like he does. I just kind of bring it out like a launch pad in the front, like from an aircraft carrier.
Gary, you need to grow your hair like Carlito and get a nice little mustache going.
Oh god.
Boss Lito.
But we have Gary, you and I have the same hair, like crazy, untamable. Fucking doesn't know if it wants to be curly or wavy or
no, that's basically shit.
Yeah, that's what mine was like. That's why I was happy when I went bald. So I was just like, yes, I don't have to try and fucking put 10 ounces of gel just to keep this thing in check. Like going out was a bloody nightmare. A holiday was a fucking nightmare. So now it's just like, okay, holiday's still going to be a nightmare because I'll have to grease my hair up with fucking suntan. But
yeah,
I don't have to look after it.
That's one thing I don't like about my hair is that the ladies don't like it.
Yeah, that's I mean, for you to get it good, you're gonna have to do what I did, which is basically shave it down to a mohawk on the side parting. That's it. That's what I ended up doing because before that, my hair was just fucking all over the place, and I went for a fucking 7 or 8 year period where I was just shaving it anyway because I couldn't be bothered to look after it. And now that I'm bald, I just get the razor blades and yeah, I do that. Happy bunny.
I mean, the thing is, I don't want to start doing actors that we can't stand because they'll just read us like actors like that scumbag. So rather than
but we could do favorite 90s shows that were not sitcoms.
That weren't sitcoms.
Yeah, so I'll give you 10 examples. Right. They could be animated shows, they could be that, but they weren't sitcoms. So I'll start from in no particular order. I've got Babylon 5.
Yes.
Yeah. EastEnders in the 90s. That was the shit, mate.
Yeah.
Gladiators.
Yes.
The British version.
I was gonna say, wait, are you talking about the show Gladiators? Like the
show.
Okay.
But the British version.
Oh, so it went mate.
Yeah, exactly. The Australian one was good day. Sliders.
Yes.
Spaced.
Yes.
Oh god, I've heard of that.
This Life. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Brilliant. Lex. Who remembers Lex?
Oh yeah.
Do not remember Lex.
Oh, so sexy. The fucking two of the girls that they had on that were brilliant. X-Files.
Yeah, I never liked X-Files.
Okay. The Tick.
Oh, the Tick. Now you're
the animated show, yeah.
Yes.
And of course,
dude, I own that show on DVD. I'm like, I couldn't get it on Blu-ray, and I said, I don't care. I will own it on DVD. It is one of the few things
on,
that I'm like,
you can watch it on
okay,
Disney
so what was
X-Men,
the
animated series. Okay,
yeah,
there you go.
So 90 shows that weren't sitcoms.
That weren't sitcoms because otherwise you'd list 50,000 sitcoms.
Okay, American Gothic.
Okay, never watched it, but okay.
It's really brilliant. Trying to think what else
was American Gothic in the 90s though.
Yeah, 95, I think.
Oh yeah, 1995. Shit.
Yeah. I think what else was great. No, Firefly was in 2000.
2002 was Firefly.
Yeah. Trying to think when 90s. Yeah, the Tick that what you just said. What else was great? Was Time Tracks in 1990s? Yes, it was.
What's that?
Time Tracks.
What's Time Tracks?
Like a time travel show. It was great. Basically, the premise was that this guy goes back into the past to basically bring back criminals from that are basically sketched into the future. It's basically like Time Cop.
I see. I never watched it.
It was brilliant. I loved it. Yes, Sliders, I'm with you. What else?
American Racist was a good show.
I want to say South Park when it first came out.
South Park. Yeah, that counts.
I was going to say Channel 5, just for different reasons.
Wait, Channel 5 or live TV?
Channel 5.
Oh, Channel 5, yeah. When it
For the
launched in 97.
Yeah, for the softcore pod. So.
Woo! Hey, mate, don't knock it. Fuck yeah.
I'm trying to think what else. Yeah, I'm with you with X-Files. Spook. No, not Spooks. Was it? What was the name of the show? No, it wasn't Spooks. It was. Oh, what was it called now? It was like a spy sort of like high tech surveillance show with Carl McLaughlin and Jesse Birdsall. What was it? What's it called now?
Carl McLaughlin and
Jesse Birdsall. Yeah.
Let's see. You sure it wasn't just the film Big Brother?
No.
The series Big Brother.
No. It's a BBC series.
A BBC series. What? Carl McLaughlin, is that the American actor?
No, the Australian. No, Craig McLaughlin. Craig.
Oh, Craig McLaughlin. What, from Neighbours?
Yeah.
Oh,
what's the name of that show?
God knows. He got done for like being a bit of a
idiot,
touchy-feely type bloke. Yeah, that's why he wasn't in the final episode of Neighbours.
Oh, there you go. Bugs. There you go.
What's it called?
Bugs.
Bugs.
Yeah, that was a brilliant
Bugs.
show.
Yeah. No, I don't remember it at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Right. Cheeto, you got anything while Gary thinks?
I mean, I was just kind of paging through some lists here. Definitely, does Third Rock from the Sun is one, but I think that's a sitcom,
That's
technically.
Sitcom.
Does Mystery Science Theater 3000 count?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, it's not a sitcom.
I mean, it's not really a sitcom. So, but I really did. You guys ever
comedies
have that?
Count, but not sitcoms.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Actually, the first time I actually watched Mystery Science Theater was they actually did a film. I think it was where they did This Island Earth, which was just great.
Yeah.
That's the first time I watched it.
I mean, I'm always a proponent of like Bucky O'Hare, Spider-Man the Animated Series. Believe it or not, I don't think Spider-Man the Animated Series is the best animated Spider-Man show, but I do think it's really good. I don't know, I'm trying to think. I mean, obviously the Tick. You've named a lot of the ones that I would.
Highlander. Anybody watched Highlander?
I did not. My dad did.
Yes.
I did not.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I love that.
RoboCop,
Stargate. I'm just giving you some examples here.
Yeah. The
MacGyver.
I mean, Star Trek Deep Space Nine, unless you consider that a sitcom, but
yeah, big time. Yeah.
What's the definition of a sitcom technically? Like maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Sitcoms, Friends, Third Rock from the Sun,
coupling.
Well, that's what I mean. Like that's what I'm thinking. But I'm like, so DS9 would count as not a sitcom then, because sci-fi.
No, it's not a sitcom. It's sci-fi.
Yeah. Okay.
I was going to say Baywatch, but it was like good shows.
Baywatch, you could love it, even though it was crap. We all watched Baywatch. Same with Lois and Clark. It was cheesy crap, but we loved it.
All right. This is going to be for Ginger Greek, but Big Break.
Big break.
It was Jim Davidson, John Virgo.
Oh, Big Break was great.
Yeah.
Love Big Break. It was a snooker game show.
Yeah.
It was brilliant. That's what made me fall in love with John Virgo. Yeah, that was classic.
Yeah, I used to love that show until I realized what a racist prick flaming Jim Davidson was.
Well, I never liked Jim Davidson anyway, but
I got one. You guys are leaving out. That's one of the best of all time, and it's animated. Gargoyles.
Oh yeah,
yeah, Gargoyles. I didn't put it in because I left that for you.
Ah, thanks, buddy.
All right, Animaniacs. There you go.
That was I was not a huge Animaniacs fan. I mean, you got Batman the Animated Series. That's kind of a basic B answer, though. I don't know.
Yeah,
Space Ghost Coast to Coast. Absolutely my favorite.
Oh, really? I could never get into it.
Oh, I loved it. It was so great. Well, at least the first 12 episodes. Like my memory gets hazy after the first couple episodes, but I do remember like the Adam West episode where he's going back and forth about Space Ghost is going back and forth about Batman, and You know, so
Yeah.
And then Adam West is like not having any of it. You can tell, but he's like still trying to, like he's trying to promote his book, and like Space Ghost is just giving it to him. Like if you ever watch the Adam West episode of Space Ghost Coast to Coast, because you can tell Adam West is so mad like in this episode, because he's just like, this is not what I signed up for. I want to sell my book. I don't want to deal with this cartoon shenanigan.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, Adam West was always thought he was bigger than what he was, and that's why he ended up as Family Guy as the mayor.
Yep.
And harking back to Batman, because sorry, mate, you were typecast, and there's nothing you can do about it. But yeah, I mean, the reason I said non-sitcom is because, like, literally, sitcoms were like in the 90s were like my favorite fucking thing in the world. So it would have just been like 50 bloody British sitcoms if I did the list. And you know, a couple of American ones like Third Rock from the Sun, Married with Children.
Would you cast the Fast Show as a sitcom?
It's a sketch show.
Okay, then the Fast Show then.
All right, good, because then I'll put Goodness Gracious Me in there as well.
Yeah, which shows that I don't think Cheetos are seen.
So the Fast Show, yeah, it was brilliant. They even had Johnny Depp in one of the episodes, I remember,
because he was a big fan of it.
He was a big fan of it. So yeah, but Goodness Gracious Me was just it was basically the first all Asian sketch show, but it was just hilarious. Like, it still stands the test of time. I watch it all the fucking time. Best sketch show ever made. Yeah, it was just like, it was culturally relevant at the time as well, because like the Asian boom and all this. But and Fast Show was just hilarious because Paul Whitehouse is a fucking genius who should never have been in the shadows of Harry Enfield.
I like Harry. I like both of them, to be honest.
I like Harry Enfield, but Paul Whitehouse was just better in every way. Just funnier and more entertaining. And Zam had him in the cab, and Whitehouse sent me a message because I'm a huge fan of his. So
he was a Tottenham fan.
No, I don't give a shit. Like, I don't hate Tottenham. That's what people need to understand. I do the banter stuff with Tottenham, but I don't hate Tottenham. I hate Liverpool and I hate Chelsea. Those are the two teams and I fucking hate Real Madrid and Barcelona with a passion.
What did Chelsea Clinton ever do to you? Come on. I mean,
she's the bitch. She rejected my advances even though we have a 10-year.
Beavis and Butthead, there you go. There you go. There's another nice stuff.
Beavis and Butthead, legendary. But you know what was funny? I actually hated when they would interrupt it and react to music videos. Like, that part I hated.
But everything else was actually kind of funny.
Yeah.
They actually brought it back recently, actually.
Yeah, it was pretty decent as well. They did a film. It was pretty decent.
They did the episodes. So they did reactions to this show, Ghosted. Oh, if you don't watch the reaction of it, it's hilarious. It's like, what's this?
I think I have, and I thought that's the first time I've laughed at one of those sort of reaction stuff. Not that all of their stuff they did was bad, but because, again, the problem with American TV is like, you know, even on cable you can't swear and all this kind of stuff. So they were very limited in what they could do with Beavis and Butthead, which was a shame.
But I've got to say though, the guy who played Lex Luthor in Smallville, what's his name? Michael
Rosenbaum.
Yeah, Rosenbaum.
Yeah. He's got this great story about when he did a audition for Mike Dutch. He's like going, "Oh yeah, but actually, you guys should go watch that. It's great."
Is it on his channel?
Yes.
All right, I'll go.
Basically, Rachel Lee Cook was talking about like a shit audition that he did.
Oh, okay. Because was it Inside You or something? It's a brilliant channel. If you haven't, if you don't follow it, Cheeto, you should. Really
Rosenbaum's
good.
channel.
Yeah. It's Inside of You. So it does podcasts, and you can get the clips version.
I can't believe that guy's 50.
I know. It's ridiculous how young he still looks. He looks in like late 30s. But yeah, I love his stuff, and they do him and Tom Weller talk about every single episode of
Tom Weller.
Tom Welling, sorry. Talk about every episode of Smallville. So I don't know if you were a Smallville fan.
I hated Smallville so much.
Good. Okay, me too. So You doesn't matter.
And
about
honestly,
that,
I think not. I mean, I didn't. I also hated it because it was like the ending, like when Tom Welling couldn't even be bothered to get into the Superman outfit, like towards the end or something. Like, why do a series that long if you're not even going to put him in the Superman suit and like like towards the end? Like, I get it, it's focusing on young Clark in high school and then him, but once he moves to Metropolis, he's supposed to be Superman. You know what I mean?
By the time the series ends, he's meant to be like in his late 20s now.
Yeah, it's like what are we doing here? Like, yeah, that's why I was like, I get the whole young Superman thing, but it's just like, yeah, no, I he goes around in the what was it, a black trench coat or something like that for like I'm like,
I don't know. I couldn't watch past the first series, and to be honest, I watched it because of Kirsten Crook, because everything else was just stupid, but she was just ridiculously hot. So it was just like, we were students at the time as well, so I was just like, yeah, we'll watch it for that. But
I like sport. I think Smallville's underrated personally, but that's
no, it's not.
Well,
it
you
is
were young.
overrated.
You were a very young boy when it came out, so
No, I mean, I love it. No, I was older than that. I was what was it, 2000 and something? Yeah, I would have been in my 20s. Yeah, so
yeah.
No, but I love James Masters as Brainiac. I thought that was really good casting, to be honest with you.
Don't know. Never, like I said, anything past series 1, I have no fucking idea what.
Plus, Jonathan Glover was always good things.
Jonathan Glover was great as Lex Senior.
Yeah,
I know that's not who you play. It was
Lionel.
Luther, wasn't it? Luther.
Lionel.
Lyle Luther. Yeah, Lyle Luther.
Yeah, and to be honest, he's always good whenever he's in. He's even good in Batman and Robin. He's probably one of the best parts about that film.
Yeah, and Gremlins 2, he was the best part in Gremlins 2 as well.
Who are we talking about?
Jonathan Glover.
Jonathan Glover. Yeah. Do you guys remember that it only lasted one series and a handful of episodes? Brimstone.
Oh, that show's brilliant.
Where he plays the devil. Oh, it was so good.
Yeah, like he brings like a cop back to life who like has to like
hunt down those demons that have escaped.
Yeah,
187.
The only way you can get them to go back is to shoot them in the eyes.
Yeah,
it's great. Talking of something like that, here's something that's underrated that you guys might not see is Demon Knight. Have you guys ever seen Demon Knight?
Who was in that?
So it's Billy Zane and William Sadler. One of the I don't spoil it too much, but it's great. You guys should watch it because Billy.
Is that the part of the Tales of the Crypt stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that with Jar Jar Pinkett Smith in it.
Yeah.
You say Jar Jar Binks Smith?
Yeah, Jar Jar Binks Smith's in it. It was brilliant. Billy Zane, man, another. See, if Billy Zane hadn't have got married and divorced young, he would have been fucking on the stratosphere as an actor. But what happened with him is because of this ridiculous thing they have called alimony that he had to pay to his wife, he had to just keep taking any acting job he can get. And that's why he ended up doing a lot of shit films. And because of that, people didn't want to touch him. But then anything he's been in that's been a big film, he's been phenomenal. Titanic. He was the best thing in Titanic.
Yes.
And I feel so fucking bad for him because he would have been so much bigger than what he was had it not been for falling into the stupid thing of getting fucking married. Never get married, kids.
Dude, don't. Like, seriously, I did it once, never again.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
You guys really promoted marriage to me,
Yeah, it's great. I'd always say
it's amazing.
My brother is not married. Both of them refuse to get married. They don't see the fucking point in it. You don't get any extra tax breaks once you're above a certain threshold of earnings. So there's just no incentive to get married.
Well,
it's perfect.
As if I was so stupid enough to marry me at first.
Well, no, okay, but here's the thing.
You don't need to get married, mate. Just fucking live with somebody for a couple of years, and you get the same tax breaks. Now the laws have changed.
Well, for me, it was like you guys know, like my relationship ended like about actually it's been over 6 months now, but it's just like that was my thing, was that I never wanted to get married again, and I think she wanted to get married again, or not again. She wanted to get married because she'd never been, but I told her from the beginning that I was not getting married, and I think she thought she could change my mind. And so but I mean, that's the thing is like, it's really not worth it, because when things aren't working out, you can walk away. There's no drama. Like, there's maybe like a little initial drama, but it's not like a divorce where you like
exactly. You get that. This is what I can't fucking stand. You see, in order for two people to separate, you get the government involved in your life, and it's just like, fuck you. I should be able to just walk away, and that's it. No legal wranglings, no nothing. You're coming as you left. I don't like and it always breaks down to fucking finances and alimonies and all this kind of shit, and kids and all that. And
I mean,
messy.
I believe in mediation. That's fine. But yeah, when you get like the courts and lawyers involved, that's when it. And I mean, it's all about money.
I think it depends on how good your relationship is with the person you just broke
up. But here's the thing with my ex-wife. It was like, I mean, she was a totally different person when we got divorced from when we grew up. We went to high school. Well, we didn't go to high school together, but we were in high school at the same time.
Yeah.
And we went to church together. Yeah, get a girl from church. That's a great idea.
Yeah, that always works out great. Yeah.
But and like just like like my divorce was horrible just because it was like. And they're like, oh, well, he's just jaded from divorce. And I'm like, well, yeah, because it's a nightmare. Divorce is a nightmare. And then you got everybody else putting their opinions in there about what you should and shouldn't do. And then, I tell them that I love Ginger Greek and I just can't stand being away from him. And
I'm not getting married to you, mate. Sorry.
I keep proposing. One day you'll say yes. I'll get you drunk enough and you'll say yes.
Not gonna happen, mate.
I've said to say Bennett's Paddy, he is a great spooner. I will say that.
yes, that's right. We spooned together in a hotel room in Liverpool.
And
I've never had better since.
And I trust me, I was a lot bigger than what I am now.
But yeah, I
suppose.
I mean, I've lost about 5 stone, mate.
Oh, nice. Jealous.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing, boss man. It's like, you're doing all that and that's great. Be healthy, do what you want to do, but don't do it for somebody else. If you do it for somebody else, if you're doing it for somebody else, or if you're doing it to get somebody else, like it's not worth it. I'm doing this
because I just wasn't liking where I was going, so I've just done it.
Yeah, and that's perfectly 100% fine. But you have all these people that are like, oh, I got to lose weight, or I got to get tone, or I got to do all this other stuff for like. So somebody will like me. Yeah,
but
don't do that.
The thing with that is, women will like you if you see value in yourself. It doesn't matter what size you are.
Oh, is that why I'm alone? Yeah, sweet.
I mean, because this is the problem that I have. This is the problem that I have, is that I have a very negative self-image of myself, but now I don't give a shit.
So, yeah, the older you get, the less you give a shit. Like I stopped giving a shit because the thing with me is like when it comes to human psychology, I'm very fucking good at reading people. Like even small behaviors, like I read, and people just a lot of the times just like, how the fuck did you know that? It's just like it's just like, so I know that if I just fucking take my top off at a beach and let everything hang out, nobody's got the balls to say shit. Kids might do, but kids are hilariously opinionated in a fun way. But nobody's going to say shit. So I didn't give a shit what people were thinking because I know they're just going to stare or not stare and just go about the business. And I was just never felt self-conscious enough to cover everything up. And you know how people get and all that. I was just like, fuck, who cares kind of thing. So off I go. And then I found that.
Is that why when I walk around bottomless on the beach that, people don't look and stare? They're just like, okay.
Yeah, exactly. And then next thing you know, you've got a naked orgy. It's all good. But what I mean is, so my attitude of that helped a friend of mine who is she is gorgeous, like fucking 10 out of 10 in every way. But that helps her with her self-esteem. And I'm like, how is society fucked with your head so much that you have a low self-esteem when you look like that, and I look like a fucking goblin, and I don't give a shit.
Well, because they do. All these people get lifted up, like the Zac Efrons and the Scarlett Johanssons, and I mean, those are just first people that came to my mind. I know they're not.
Yeah, because we. Sorry, Jason. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
No, go ahead. You're a bit of a censor.
Well, I mean, I just, like that, but that's the thing. It's like we hold us up to these standards, and yeah, I mean, not, like Scarlett Johansson is my cup of tea. I know it's not everybody's, but it's just like, is she like the hottest thing on the planet? No, but it's just my cup of tea, and it's just like, like hopefully you someone is your cup of tea, and I mean, you just have to be willing to accept that, and and be willing to. You just gotta find your niche.
Also, look, you've also got to. Like, I think when you accept, like, you're not going to be people's cup of tea. Like, I'm not a woman's cup of tea because of my size, and that's fine. I've come to accept that. Life is just a shallow game of genetics when it comes down to it. And it all boils down to just we're nothing but fucking apes looking for the best primate to bang. And all this kind of shit. But I say that, and within this nugget of shallowness, there's been some little gems that I've had relationships with, or just had a good time with, and all of that. And that's come from being confident within myself on the dance floor, having a good time, having good banter, not being afraid to talk to people, but not making people feel uncomfortable either, which is another element. So don't look at conversations as a way to one up the person you're talking to or make them feel shitty or all that. You can have good jokes, good banter, and all this kind of shit. You bring them into your circle, make them feel welcome, and that just blossoms into natural things. But I've never personally cared about settling down and having relationships. It's not me. I get bored very easily. So I'm not the good person to come to for relationship advice. I just enjoyed what I enjoyed, and now I enjoyed my solitude.
Yeah, well, the thing is with me is that I want to settle down with somebody, but the thing is that I have a very low self-esteem about myself because I think I'm I'm a fat guy with curly hair and glasses. But
then it depends what you're looking for, though, because.
But I think I've got all the personality traits of the flaming TV salesman as well. So, like, but you know what? The older I've got, though, the more I don't give a shit. The thing is that I now started to let my actual personality come out. That, like, I start to just like dance and just like make jokes, and if people get offended, fuck, they just get offended. You know what I mean?
But that's it. So, but that's all you can do. Like, at the end of the day, and I don't mean like be shitty with your jokes or
no,
I
would never do that.
That's all you can do. At the end of the day, and if it doesn't work out, fuck, it's annoying. I feel your pain, but c'est la vie. But with some people, a lot of people I find that, no offense to you, Gary, what I've just wanted, like, so a lot of people I find that have self-esteem issues and that are often looking for a partner, and this counts for women as well, by the way. So I'm not just saying about it, but true. A lot of people with self-esteem issues will always look for perfection in a partner. Like they've got to be the model, they've got to be the ab ripped guy, or the 10 out of 10, because they want to feel better about themselves and boost their own ego.
Validation.
Yeah, and all this, and it doesn't work like that. And I keep. Like I've said to friends on both sides, like male and female, gay and straight, and I've said, just find somebody that you click with and forget about the appearance, because the appearance can be a wonderful, stimulating thing. But if your brain's not stimulated with this individual, then you're not going to be happy. And I've seen like potential relationships go away because, with women with me, they couldn't get past the exterior, but they loved everything else about me. And I'm like, okay, well, that's your, I don't want to say that's your loss, but I said, that's down to you. I personally, I'll take it either way. I don't really give a shit. I'll move on happily. But forget the exterior. If you find that you click with somebody and you both have a great connection, that's what you go for, because that's where you're going to find ultimate happiness, and then everything else fucking falls into place.
Yeah, but I mean, for me, if we've got loads of if I meet somebody that I've got loads in common with and stuff like that, I don't care what they look like. if there seems to be like good chemistry between us, then that's what I go for. Now, sometimes it could just be that they're just looking for friendship with me, which is fine. I mean, like, I'm okay with that. But if I'm looking for more, see, the thing is, I'm very scared to put myself out there. And the thing is that because I just think I'm just perfect friend zone material because I'm somebody who's a great hugger, but I mean I don't, So
Well,
sometimes
here's the thing about that, boss man, is that, like I have a lot of female friends too, but here's the thing is that if I'm actually interested in them and I let them know, and if they're not interested, I'm not sticking around. You know what I mean? Like, like I'm not hanging on. I'm not. I know I still have friends that are in their 30s that are still hanging on to that one person, and although they might date somebody else, you can tell they're always still hanging on to that one person. And I'm like, I'm interested, and if they either prove they are not interested or they say they are not interested, it's not like I'm hanging around. I'm like, well, okay. I mean, like we can still be Facebook friends, but I'm not like liking every single one of their posts. I don't go out of my way to see their stuff. And honestly, sometimes I unfollow them on Facebook so I don't see them as much until I'm moved on, So
I couldn't agree more. So again, I've been in that situation where I've actually liked somebody and they've liked me, but they were either in a relationship, so obviously they wanted to stick with a partner, which fair enough. I'm not going to be the cause of any that kind of shit. And I'd always say break up with them before we do anything. I would never say let's whatever, bro. But and I've liked them, they've liked me, but they've liked me as a friend kind of thing. And I've been like, okay, but look, I'm going to be honest with you. I like you more than a friend, but if you don't see that happening, then I don't want to, hang around, be in a kind of circle and have another female friend because I've got enough. I'm very happy with my circle. I don't want to add another one.
Well,
and if it's
Ginger,
not going to be
you don't have to talk about me like that. I mean, we all know it's me.
Mate, you know me. Yeah.
But as I said,
you were so jelly of Megan. I know you were.
I mean,
absolutely. I'm the one that got you two to break up.
Oh, that's true.
I planted the drugs.
Yeah.
I mean, she's sitting in prison now, so I mean,
Bitch,
yeah, but I mean, because I moved last year. Oh bloody hell, yeah, it's coming up to a year now. Yeah, because in the next couple of weeks, it's going to be a year since I moved here. It's just one of those things where, Joshua, I don't. Yeah, I moved to Glasgow last year. Yeah, so it's going to be coming up to a year since I moved there. Yeah, so yeah, and to be honest, yeah, I'm just happy just existing and just trying to get to be the best person I could be. Because the way I see it is, if I get somebody with somebody now, I'm using them as a crutch or a validation tool rather than as a partner and somebody I want to be with. So that's kind of why I'm not looking at the moment. I kind of want to be a better version of myself. You know what I mean?
Fair enough. Yeah, it's a good way to be. Good mental attitude. Cool. All right, guys. I think we're going to wrap it up there.
Let's go.
I am tired.
This is Relationship Hour with Ginger Hitch.
With Ginger Hitch, Cheeto, and
Gary and Cheeto.
Gary. That's right. And I literally got I didn't even have any subjects to talk about today. That's why I was 50-50. But then I had a nap. I woke up. I felt like absolute shit. I was like, I can't do the show. But then I ate and I felt better. So I jumped on. And yeah, on that note, we'll see you around. We've got a bunch of stuff coming out. Just say bye-bye. Bye-bye.